everyone. Welcome to Riga, Latvia, week number 2 on the ISU Junior Grand Prix. I'm Ted Barton, along with Mark Hanreddy, finally here on site with us. Thank you, Mark, for joining us. Look, Mark, we wanted to talk about the growth of women's skating before we get to the short program. You know, it was so popular at the Olympic Games. Why do you think that all happened?
I think a huge part of what took place at Olympic Winter Games is the recognition of the humans and the fact that we got to know a little bit more about these skaters as humans. And I think about, global sport, we think about the Simone Biles or the Novak Djokovic's. We connect with the human, not just the amazing athletes. And that was wonderful that some of our skating community were able to be celebrated. And hopefully we can continue to shed light on these skaters as humans as well as amazing athletes.
You know, wonderful personalities and incredible stories. Now, Alyssa Liu just announced yesterday that she will not be competing this season, but that's certainly going to be a loss. But there's other skaters coming in.
Oh my goodness, there's just a plethora of amazing athletes, and hopefully in the absence of Alyssa, it will just give more opportunity for more people to be celebrated as humans as well, as we said.
Technical gap between juniors and seniors. We feel in women that the technical gap is really quite close because the junior women are very strong technically. So looking at the program change with one less jumping pass, how do you think that's going to, did you enjoy that last week, and how do you think that's going to affect the results?
It's interesting to see how the athletes are having to reconsider their planned program content. Obviously, one less jumping pass, but there are other little changes as well with the jump combinations, and we're going to see stuff that we have never seen done before in terms of jump combinations and jump sequences, and it's exciting to consider stuff that we've not seen before.
Now, women's short coming up in just a few minutes. What can we expect out of this group? Who are your sort of favorite, not your favorites coming in, but who are the ones to watch?
Honourable mentions have to go to Hannah Bath, the amazing athlete representing Australia. That she has the technical prowess of the triple axel. We also have the reigning champion May Okada too. So lots of excitement to come. But I'm not going to predict a champion.
Yeah, you're a fence walker. Okay, here we go. 33 entries from 31 nations. The women's short program begins right now. Welcome, everyone, to Riga, Latvia. It is week 2 on the ISU Junior Grand Prix. We have a flyover of the Volvo Sporta Center here. Mark Hanreddy beside me, finally in the studio. That's nice instead of miles away. Mark, we've been here a number of times in Riga. This location has hosted so many Junior Grand Prix. We thank them for that. It's a completely different facility than we saw last week in Xi'an, of course. But nevertheless, it's Junior Grand Prix, and the kids are excited to skate.
Exactly, and so many of the athletes that are competing here know this location not just for having been here at Junior Grand Prix, but it's also the host location for lots of international events in Europe, and so it's a kind of familiar place for the skaters as we see the judges. For many of whom also it is a familiar place because so many of them will have officiated not just at the Junior Grand Prix here, but the Volvo Cup too.
And if you haven't seen this rink is a bit of a colder one. We've talked about that. I'm being very careful, but it's really cold. But when you see the judges on the panel, they're all bundled up. They got their snowsuits on, and it's a bit chilly and whatnot as we take a look at the start order for this competition. Now, Mark, we've talked, at a fair amount so far about the changes that we've seen coming in and the women. But there's like. This is the beginning of the next quad. So we see the athletes that we had seen last year, that is the second or third year perhaps. We see some brand new athletes coming in, and of course the neutral athletes as well. And this is sort of making it, we all don't know what's sort of going to happen over the next 6 weeks, but it's really interesting to watch.
Yeah, and obviously Kaori Sakamoto, the stalwart Japanese skater who won so many world titles over the course of the last Olympic cycle, she has retired, and so it really creates space for new stars to not steal the limelight, step into the limelight.
There you go.
And I think it's important to acknowledge that whilst we were treated to Mao Shimada over the course of that entire last Olympic cycle, she now steps up into seniors, but there are others that are competing here who potentially could go on to compete at the Olympic Games, the Olympic Winter Games in 2030, dependent upon their age. Obviously, 17 years of age is the cutoff or the entry age for seniors.
And we've been mentioning over the past week and a half or so about the gap in women's, or how small the gap is technically between junior women and senior women. I mean, basically, we haven't seen yet a lot of triple axels in the juniors, but we will, especially this week. So it's interesting because the women can actually leapfrog, as Mao Shimada will, probably to a certain degree, leapfrog quite well into the senior events. Now, she is extraordinary, no question of that. But you might see some of these athletes at the Winter Olympic Games in 4 years.
Too true, and that last Olympic cycle that I keep referencing, everybody adores Kaori Sakamoto, but her technical content remained somewhat the same throughout the course of that Olympic cycle, and she was the front runner. Now at the beginning of this Olympic cycle, of course, we saw Sofia Zebka. Last week, she delivered a glorious quadruple toe loop in her free skate. She will be age eligible for seniors. And then in the senior category, this coming season, we can expect to see quads. We know that Alexandra, formerly Trusova, now Inyateva, she'll be competing in the Challenger Series. Kamila Valieva will be competing in the Challenger Series. Their quad content is evident, as you mentioned, Mao Shimada with quadruple jump. So we don't know how it will unfold over the course of the next Olympics, but we have to suspect that what is necessary for elite competitive success will be of a more difficult level than it has been.
And you have to wonder, with one less jumping pass, how that will impact as the story sort of unfolds over. It's going to be an interesting season because you can't predict anything. There's a lot of good athletes. There's young ones coming up. There's other ones coming back. We'll see. And that's what makes the sport so interesting. But not only about the skating, but about the people.
Well, that's I think, probably what we arguably want to celebrate more. If we think about women's skating, we've seen triple axels done back in the 1980s with Midori Ito, so nearly 40 years since triple axels were done. But what connects non-skating fans to skating most is normally the people. Whether it's good or bad. Tonya and Nancy, it wasn't good, but people connected with the story of the people. Hopefully, we can celebrate these amazing people, and fans, not just within our community of skaters, will fall in love with them, but
gosh, I don't know. I don't know whether they connected with the story. They were just fascinated with the story.
Yeah, engaged.
Yeah, exactly. But certainly what we saw at the Olympic Games and the World Championships, I think, caught the eye of non-skating fans or people that hadn't really recognized that. Say, wow, these are special athletes, but they're also exceptional people, and I want to follow them. I want to know their stories.
And actually, it's interesting. We were talking about the humans. Anna Gerka on screen now. Last year I remember she was renowned because she wasn't necessarily delighted with the scores that she got, but it was something that engaged more people with that junior skater. Yeah. So we're here to celebrate. I'm not here to judge humans. I'm here to celebrate interesting characters and different humans and different perspectives. And also, sometimes, skating is a sport whereby we're always, you look at the skater on screen now, beautifully adorned in crystals and costumes, hair immaculately pristine, but sometimes it's kind of fun to see a skater be human and showcase their raw, real reaction rather than feeling perhaps they have to be immaculately constructed in their reactions and hide their...
It's funny, quite often we talk about not being able to recognize some of the athletes and the people because we travel all over the place and see the people, well, okay, who was that again? Because when they're out of their costume and their hair is down, they don't look the same.
No.
They're like the young teenager, in the local school or whatever. But it's going to be an interesting season. It really is. And it's the first of 4. There'll be probably more things that will adapt and change over the next 3 or 4 years. But we're starting now. And so it is exciting. We've seen some good skating so far. We expect more here in Riga.
Talking of developments and changes, I saw a clip online yesterday from Yuna Aoki, the 4 continents champion, doing triple Lutz, Euler, triple flip, triple loop combo. And it's things like that, as I mentioned in the opening, that we will be seeing. We have seen triple axels and we've seen quads. I obviously referenced Midori Ito and the triple axel that she delivered almost 40 years ago, but we haven't seen something like that, triple Lutz, Euler, triple flip, triple loop. So things will change, and that's good.
It will, and we're going to see a little bit more connection, hopefully, with the music, with one less jumping pass. And then, of course, we have the choreo spin. So there are some subtle changes, but we'll see how the skaters and the choreographers use that extra time without that jumping pass, how they're going to use that in their program and storytelling as we get set for group number 1, skater number 1, on week number 2. There's a lot of numbers in there. Got to keep track of them.
And hoping for big numbers as skater on screen. You
can see just the coaches, the smile and the eye contact as they send their skater out to compete. Our first skater represents Germany, 15-year-old Anna Gerke, 2nd Junior Grand Prix season, 18th at Junior Worlds. It's a German junior champion. She's coached and choreographed by Viktoria Lubasova.
And Anna explaining that she's happy to be back in Riga, feels like this is almost a tradition, starting her season at this event.
And she'll start skating to Eyes on Fire.
seek you out, flay you alive. One more word and you won't survive. And I'm not scared of your stolen power. See right through you anyhow. I won't soothe your pain, I won't ease your strain. You'll be waiting in vain. I got nothing for you to gain. Eyes on fire, your spine is ablaze, feeling any foe in my gaze. And just in time, in the right place, steadily emerging with grace. Don't you know I suffer? Oh, baby, can you hear me now? You caught me under false pretenses. How long before you let me go? You set my soul alight. You set my soul alight. Shoes melting in the dead of night, and the superstar seconds sits without message. Play shoes melting in the dead of night, and the superstar seconds.
Opening the women's short program at the Junior Grand Prix in Riga, Anna Gerke from Germany, skating a clean skate and showcasing some of the amazing depth of knee that she has on the landings that I remember so vividly from last year. Her ability to salvage some of those landings with such deep knee bend, very impressive.
Yeah, pretty good start. It's always difficult starting the competition. You're the first skater out. There's been no competition. Bit of a chilly rink, you know, but she handled all that fairly well, and you can see her pretty happy at the end of the program. Talk about low knees. You see that in the sit spin, and that little jump in the middle of that sit spin as well. So that it comes in actually level 3, so missing one of the features. Remember, for the levels of difficulty, the highest you can get is a level 4, and that brings extra points. Here's a look at the triple Lutz. Look at that low knee. You were talking about great save on that. And here, of course, the double axel. That's not a problem at all. But again, nice low knee bend on the landing foot.
And here, spread eagle, transitional difficult entry into the triple toe. And nice clean rotation. Indisputable, fully rotated second part of the jump combo. A jump combo that she's used for a couple of seasons now. And this, remember, I think that is important to acknowledge this, the season debut for Anna. So I thought it was perhaps a little bit slower than I remember her, but it's important to acknowledge that this is a great start for her in the season, going out and delivering a clean skate from which she can now build and move forward from. And a clean triple and the Lutz facilitates strong tech score. Now she can continue to develop the components as we see her working through. Not a clean combination of turns there. That bracket counter forward loop is one of the possible features to attain a higher level in the step sequence. I don't think would have been called by the tech panel as we see her working through the sit spin and then the sit behind feature, and that, yeah, as you said,
that little jump,
good.
yeah. And because she kept herself low, she didn't extend out of that leg. She just kept it really low. So she looked pretty happy in the kiss and cry.
Yeah, great to see. Unique choice of position with that feature. It's not often that we see creativity with the features as Victoria joins her in the kiss and cry.
Well, the skaters have to explore what positions they can put their body in and the space that's around them to be a little bit unique and different and innovative.
And that has the potential to boost the grade of execution, as she proudly points to her team jacket.
Anxiously waiting for the scores. And we'll see the scores coming up right now. The short program, 57.41. There's a nod of approval by Anna. Smiles and the kiss and cry. Good start to this event. Our next skater represents Israel, Nicole Cooperman, coached and choreographed by Galit Chait Marachi. She's going to skate the short program into Papa Can You Hear Me?
May the light of this flickering candle illuminate the night the way your spirit illuminates my soul. Papa, can you hear me? Papa, can you see me? Papa, can you find me in the night? Papa, are you near me? Papa, can you hear me? Papa, can you help me not be frightened? Looking at the skies, I seem to see a million eyes. Which ones are yours? Where are you now that yesterday has waved goodbye and closed its doors? The night is so much darker. The wind is so much colder. The world I see is so much bigger now that I'm alone. Papa, please forgive me. Try to understand me. Papa, don't you know I had no choice? Can you hear me praying? Anything I'm saying, even though the night is filled with voices. I remember everything you taught me, every book I've ever read. Can all the words in all the books help me to face what lies ahead? The trees are so much taller, and I feel so much smaller. The moon is twice as lonely, and the stars are half as bright. Papa, how I love you. Papa, how I need you. Papa, how I miss you.
Junior Grand Prix debut for Nicole Cooperman. And a mature approach to Papa Can You Hear Me, the Barbra Streisand lyrics, delivered with a maturity performance that defies the fact that this is her first major international experience, and a skater who fairly recently relocated, changing coaches to be with Galit. And she now training alongside her brother, Tamir Cooperman, who was as high as 7th at the European Championships earlier this year. As we look back at the triple toe, valiant effort, but that will go in as an under-rotated jump, so loses some of the value. And just unfortunate that she has a similar rotational challenge on the double axel, and then a bit of an edge change, I think, on the lutz as well.
Yeah, just not that quickness in the air, the tight ankles, tight knees to be able to spin faster in the air to get all the way around. So something that she'll certainly be working on as the season progresses. But some other lovely aspects of her skating, It's just that technical area is so important. You clearly lose the points. Go ahead, Mark.
And well, interesting, you see her working through the combination of turns there, and there are new criteria. There's an option to get an increased level in the step sequence if the skaters have more body movement within their combination of turns. There was an effort there from Nicole. You can see all the aspiration to achieve the highest of levels, but of course at this early stage in her career, still fighting to improve the quality sufficient for the judges to give her that high level. However, this change foot combination spin comes in at a comfortable maximum level 4. There is Galit, former world bronze medalist in ice dance with Sergei Sakhanovsky.
Yeah, it's interesting. The coaches that were high-level skaters, successful skaters in a certain era, right? Now giving back to sort of the next generation and being parents as well. There's a lot of experience in how to guide these skaters through difficult times, growing up and high-performance sport. Let's take a look at the scores. 38.41 for Nicole. Second skater out. That'll put her, for the moment, into second place.
Nice smile, the kiss and cry.
Yeah. Our next skater represents Korea, 15-year-old Haren Zhang, second Junior Grand Prix event coming back in 2024 in Ostrava. She was 13th. And she was 14th in the Senior Korean Nationals this past year.
Korea's Haren Jang finishing her short program, and this a skater that came into this event. She was second at the Korean Junior Grand Prix selection competition, and her scores there were way above the ISU personal best that she achieved a couple of seasons ago in Ostrava. So she will have been hoping to be competitive at this competition, but the mistake on the Lutz jump will be very costly. That was the last jumping pass, and Sadly, a single loops instead of the triple as we look back at the triple, which was good, just like Anna Gerka toe loops together.
Nice flow in and out on that double axel right into a toe Arabian entry into the camel spin. Good speed. Really good speed off of that. And then here, pop, open. Wow. Just like a mispick, mistime. Nice Ina Bauer here carrying that flow across the ice and having some nice upper body movement as well. Staying with the music.
And there again, those combination of turns, such a factor in the level as we see the layback spin. It's currently being reviewed by the technical panel. It's been assigned initially level 4. This is a difficult exit. That potentially one of the level enhancements as Hyun Kyung Choi, her coach, joins her.
Out of the 7 elements, she had 5 under review. So there's, you know, a fair amount of work by the technical panel on that. And you want to leave your elements so clean that they don't even call for a review.
Yeah.
And then you're clear, no problem. But once there's anything slightly like, oh, I got to take a look at that, you run the risk of a downgrade or, you know, of a level of difficulty or whatever. They're still looking at that layback spin level 4. They're probably counting that out and just making sure that she had the position here. It comes in. Let's see what they've done with this.
Interesting, because I'm currently listening. There we are. There's the technical panel.
Yep.
And so it's been accepted that the element will stay at level 4. How fun. I haven't been able to listen to a technical panel for a year. That was very good work by them.
They'll be happy that you said that.
Yeah.
That's hard work, and they got to be consistent through 36 skaters, making sure that the downgrades or under rotations or levels of difficulty are completely consistent with what the skaters have done no matter where they skate in the event. Let's take a look at the scores for Elizabeth. Or for Harin, pardon me, 56.01. That will put her currently into 2nd place early on in the competition. Our next skater represents Israel, 13-year-old Elizabeth Belanoff. This is her first Junior Grand Prix event. She's coached by Inga Zuzaf and Andrei Berentsev. And she'll skate the short program to I Love Paris.
Parce qu'ici vit mon amour. Oui, j'aimerais toute la vie.
The second Israeli skater in this opening group in the Junior Grand Prix in Riga, Elizabeth Balanov, one of the youngest competitors in the field at just 13 years of age, concludes her short program to the Cole Porter music. And success with the first of the triple jumps. The Sacco, unfortunately, though, fall on the second, which we'll review as we look back at some of the program now.
And here comes the triple sock out. Good takeoff, fast in the air. That's nicely done. Up into the double toe loop. Let's see. And it's clean. No under rotation there. There's the triple Lutz. That is under rotated. Of course, takes a fall as well. So, unfortunate element there. The double axel, little bracket, steps up off the end of the edge. Tight, but kind of rough and a little stiff on the landing there, losing the speed, of course.
And here, looking at the side to back feature within the layback. And then stepping up into the Biellmann spin position. Another one of the features named after 1981 world champion Denise.
People quite often think, oh, it's flexibility. Yes, it's flexibility. But the strength to get that leg and pull it up. It doesn't just go up by itself. You have to pull that up. So it's strength and flexibility in that Biellmann spin.
And pretty much a prerequisite now as we look through the change foot combo spin. Just so fascinating to see how the sport and the levels have changed the range of flexibility that the skaters have. Such an upright variation as that from Elizabeth previously would have been maintained and showcased just by a select, very small group of skaters, whereas now it's a bit more of a commonality in the feature choice.
I look pretty happy. I mean, other than that one mistake. And it's kind of, we will often talk about the range of development as we take a look at a 41.86 for Elizabeth. That'll put her currently into third place. So you're going to see some with, the really difficult triple jumps and triple combinations or triple combinations, and those that are in the triple double stages, and some might be in the double stages. So it is a wide range in juniors. Let's take a look. Our next skater represents Poland's 17-year-old Sofia Bocianek. And this is her second Junior Grand Prix season. 22nd last year in Gdansk. She's coached by Paulina Kilma. Well, Mark, 7 elements, 5 under review, so the judges taking a look at some of the rotations.
Yeah, rotation. And I think that will be a recurring theme throughout the competition as Poland's Zofia Boshanek takes her bow in this venue. It's the speed of the rotation, obviously the speed of the rotation not just in the air on the 3 jumping passes, but also the speed of the rotation within the spins and the speed of the ice coverage. This is what will separate the skaters. That was cool. Blade feature there, working the toe pick at the opening of the program, trying to push the components as we see the triple loop.
And that currently is in under rotation, the double toe on the quarter as well. So unfortunately, that combination, although landed, had some reductions in cost. And then also the under rotation of the triple lutz as well. And that takeoff, well, we didn't slow down early enough. That takeoff edge got away from her a little bit, and she was good just to get the foot down first because that could have been a dangerous fall. And the sit spin right at the end of the program here. It's in at a level 2, so missing 2 of the features there. And that's something she probably has a level 4, no problem. Always in practice, you're giving points away there.
I wasn't listening to technical panel, but I was just counting furiously to see if the sit side feature that Zofia chose on that satisfied the 8 rotations feature, which I think she was going for. I think it may have just been 7 rotations. So if that was one of the features that she was aspiring to achieve, the technical panel will be reviewing it. So it's currently in the system as a level 2. We'll see if that changes as she and her coaches await the scores.
And it's what drives the coaches nuts sometimes because they're going, the easiest points to get would be on the, level 4 on a sit spin. If you're giving 2 points away, not in this case, could be any skater, it doesn't matter. You can understand a jump because they're harder and riskier. But on a spin, you're going, come on, those are easy points.
Easy
Let's
money.
go. Yeah,
And
easy money.
Interesting to acknowledge as we need to this week, having mentioned it in Shan last week, the spins this season do have more value. So all 3 spins will have more value, as does the step sequence. Not a huge boost. It can be about half a point on each spin, dependent upon the level that the skaters achieve. But they are more valuable than they have been.
Yeah, and you don't want to waste those points, that's for sure. But she's got the level 2 there, and but I'm sure she'll work back at home. Once they take a look at the report card, they're going, oh my gosh, I left some points there. Understandable on a jump that you take a fall on. But on a spin, you don't want to lose those points. Let's take a look at the short program scores for Zofia. We don't see the scores, and I can't hear the house announcer.
So the 34.64.
Our next skater represents Finland, Annika Palonma, 15 years old, second junior Grand Prix season. She was 20th last year right here in Riga. We'd like to improve on that score, on that number right now.
And Annika is skating to music sung by her father's cousin.
Little girl, my little girl, roses on your lips, your eyes so blue. Sing your melody to the world. Sitting on my knee, it'll come to you. Sing, girl, give us hope in this world. Not to let the years on our shoulders weigh. The lightness of the wind in your curls will make us believe in a brighter day.
Well, Mark, what an unfortunate program for this young woman. You just hate to see that when everything kind of goes wrong. Really a tough skate.
There's nothing that can hide behind the
No.
tough skate that was. All of the jumping passes having issues and challenges, but she shapes a heart there because Annika's family are here, her mother and father are here, and she'd said to me how thankful she was for the family support, and then maybe that makes it all the more challenging because she just wants to go out. She knows how much the family is giving up to support her, and she wanted to back that up with a clean skate. But I'm sure everybody, including the coach that greets her rinkside, care for her more as a human now than as a successful triple jumping landing skater.
And their family will certainly know and understand the pressure at the moment. There's the double flip instead of the triple, but puts herself up into the triple toe loop, comes in as under rotation, but she made it, tried it at least. There's the triple Lutz, hands go down, then the fall. She's a little too far forward on the landing, and that slipped out. There's the toe Arabian into the camel spin. Grab that blade, pull it towards your back. Flexibility and strength required while you stay centered, which she is, really nicely centered on that spin. And in that back, I'm not sure you call it back Beelman. What is it? I'm not sure. There's the Waxel takeoff. That edge slips away, and you open up, because if you don't, it's going to be a hard fall. Sit spin at the end of the program here. She gets a level 4 on this sit spin to finish the program, so she didn't leave any points on the table for that.
And the challenge so often the case that when one jumping pass goes awry, then the skater can start to second guess and change their timing. And I think that's what was happening by the time of the axle at the end of the program. Anna Mertinen operating as coach and support network.
Your heart aches for any of the skaters that have those type of performances. It's really tough. 40.59 for the short program for Annika. That'll put her currently in a 4th place. But as we have always said, which is always true, these terrible moments help to develop the good moments, because it's learning. Unpleasant learning, but it is learning.
Yeah, not nice. Not fun to go through.
Yeah, for sure. As we take a look at the standings so far after Group 1, 36 women in this event. And Mark, we have a fly that's bothering us here in the studio here, walking along the monitors, flying at us here. We're fighting that guy. He's really annoying. Could be here, I'm not sure.
If the stream goes, it's because Ted has whacked the fly and taken out the connection.
Yeah.
And there we see the reigning champion, Mei Okada. How exciting to have returning champions and skaters that hopefully we can continue to connect with. At 16 years of age, Mei Okada still not yet senior age eligible, but hoping to do all she can to kind of cement her position within the Japanese skating community. And it brings us to discussion points that we have often referenced about different skating nations, and Japan, obviously the nation that boasts the world junior and senior champions in women's skating. So indisputably one of the strongest skating nations in the world, and therefore the standard is deep and abundant in quality.
And Mark, I have a question for you.
Okay.
So we have all these different countries around the world, and we have different cultures. How does a culture impact the teaching or the learning or the environment of an athlete? Okay, we're talking about skating. It could be any sport, could be school or whatever, but many of the cultures are different. Our culture in Canada is different than Japan, or different than China, or different from the United States. It's different. And so how does your culture help you, or how does it sometimes get in the way? So just wondering what your thoughts are on that.
Well, I suppose within the context of the culture and the impact of culture on these skaters, lots of interesting variables, even subdivisions of culture impacts, the kind of energetic disposition of a culture, their approach to hard work, their approach to, in Japan, I have friends that are working in Japan, and they said culturally it's appropriate and expected that you would work ridiculously long working hours. And so, that in turn could be, if that's culturally in
And you don't mean skating, you're talking about in work.
That's in the working,
in the office work,
in the business
Yeah.
world.
Yeah.
And so then if that has, an impact on the culture, then that's going to trickle down to these young skaters, because these young skaters will, obviously have parents that may be buying into that ethos of long working days, and that might enhance, therefore, the belief that the skaters can put more hours in. So much more than just vast sweeping generalizations as that, but there is no doubt that the cultural impact is one that will be evident in sport. Even, if we think of the sport of figure skating, different nations have different propensities to different sports. We look at the Olympic Winter Games. Norway was incredibly successful at the Olympic Winter Games in lots of winter sports, but Norway doesn't culturally embrace figure skating in the same way, so we don't see that same kind of representation in this winter sport. And we bring this to our attention because we're talking about Japan, because in Japan, Yuzuru Hanyu has had a huge impact culturally. He was a cultural icon in Japan, and therefore there's an impact.
And and also the schools that they run in Japan have very structured. It's extremely structured. Some people might call it more strictly structured, but the cultural expectations, perhaps, of school children or of teachers or of whatever. So the culture can be different. It can be an asset or it can be completely different. Around the world. So it does impact perhaps the speed in which you learn. Some might be more emotionally development, like you're asked to and wanted to express yourself more. Don't worry about the technical, that'll take time as your body changes, right? So everybody approaches things slightly differently depending on the cultural experience.
Well, for me, I don't coach a huge amount. I do skate camps. I'm not anybody's coach necessarily, but throughout the summer when I was teaching, one of the fascinations that I had was how would you create a world-class athlete in, say in the UK, or say in a culture that is not as predisposed to as intense a training environment. So I couldn't nor would want to be strict and aggressive, but culturally that can be something that is accepted, norm, and expected. In some cultures, to be strict and militant, if that wasn't happening, then parents wouldn't employ that coach. And so I find it really fascinating. And that takes us to then Hannah Bath on screen now. This is a skater who has started their skating education in Perth, Australia. That's where that makes this athlete, Hannah, a particularly fascinating case study, because they have created world-class skating, silver medalist at the World Junior Championships, having spent most of their skating education up to this point, now she's relocated, in a country where figure skating is not culturally commonplace.
But she now trains
in Japan.
There you go. There you go. Yeah, so it's very difficult, and there is no answer to it. We're just bringing up the topic and for a thought process, because we talk about environment of those don't have much ice time, don't have much off ice, or maybe just a few coaches, and the culture may not apply itself to that particular sport because it's in New Zealand is rugby. That's the thing. So there's so many aspects that can help and boost your environment in a particular sport, or be a drawback.
And as we
ask the question. You're going to ask questions about questions.
Oh, yes, actually, yes. Otherwise, Ted and I will ramble on.
Yeah, exactly. You won't want that. So
no.
Send us your questions.
Please do send any questions that you may have in. It was great to hear from so many of you last week in Shan and your thoughts and your questions. And indeed, actually, one of those was about the technical panel feedback on the top left-hand corner of the screen. Some were asking why that cannot stay on screen during the kiss and cry. And that's something that we too will pose and take forward to
We like that
quiz.
question, yeah. And there must be maybe a technical reason why, I don't know. But it's a good question. We'll find out the answer. Here we go. Group number 2. Day number 1. Some more numbers as we get started in the women's short program. And there's Mia Hamada, coach of May Okada.
May actually relocated this year to the Kanoshita Academy to train with Mia Hamada and the team there. So training relocation.
16 years old, third Junior Grand Prix season, has racked up a very impressive record over those years. Out of 5 Junior Grand Prix competitions, she's won 3 bronze, 1 silver, and 1 gold. Has to be one of the favorites here in Riga. She'll skate to Hernando's Hideaway. Well, Mark, that was lovely.
Wonderful skate for the reigning champion at this event, and she kind of breaks the pressure on her back, having had that nightmare short program at the Junior World Championship. So Mei Okada from Japan, the last time we saw her at a major international, had a horrid short program. And this, a complete redemption, and also a real testament to a well-trained athlete, great spins, total attentiveness to the grades of execution that bolster the tech score, and great choreography by Kanamura Moto too.
Yeah, when you take a look at the results that she had last year, then you look at the 10th place. It was because of that 24th place finish in the short program, but this is a bit of redemption. And it's part of the process as well. It was a disaster, but those things teach you along the way, and we'll expect, more strong short programs from her this season as she hunts down that world title. There's a triple flip, triple toe loop. It was a beauty. Double axel, great speed off that takeoff, good flow on the landing, strong back, good extension. There's the Lutz, no problem. Yeah, so nice and tidy and clean program all the way through, plus GOEs on every single one of the elements, and a good healthy GOE, so adding to the base value of the scores by the quality of the execution.
And some nice nuances with the musicality. Here we see the layback, increase in speed, wonderfully delivered. And it just ticks, as I say, so many boxes. For me now, looking at Mei Okada, this was a wonderful, wonderful short program. Moving forward, the speed increase will be important in the ice coverage, just to take the skating skills. Component score, higher in the 7s out of 10. But, I mean, a masterful performance.
Yeah, and interesting, she skates just before the next competitor, Hannah Bath, who will be battling for a podium spot here as well. But the short program is kind of the level playing field. No triple axel, of course. There's no quads, right? So it's going to be the quality of the execution. Let's take a look at the scores. For my Okada, 72.47. You can see that shock in the kiss and cry by both skater and coach.
Just 0.3 of a point short of Sofia Zepka's big score last week in Xi'an. So a really impressive Junior Grand Prix debut of this 2026 season for Mei Okada.
And there is the look at a challenger representing Australia. She also trains in Japan, Hannah Bath, 16 years old. This is her 4th Junior Grand Prix season. She's the Junior World Silver Medalist, wants to continue to climb the ladder. And she'll skate the short program to Fire Dance by Bill Whalen. Well, Mark, we talk sometimes about the remake of a skater, and what an incredible improvement for Hannah Bath. Just in the basic skating skills, the connection with the music, her whole look, the whole packaging. This is exciting.
Yeah, it really is. And I think it's so important to acknowledge with Hannah Bath representing Australia, of which she's incredibly proud to represent Australia. She was given, in her training in Perth, a wonderful foundation and the likes of the triple axel, which we will see in the free skate, to have international acclaim. Now she's training at the MF team in Chiba. She loves feeling a part of that team, and you can see the work that has been done on all the facets of this athlete to make her progress to a greater level. The components have been the mantra, I think, even on these back crossovers at the beginning, even the way that she's looking at the judges there. This, we know she can do triple combinations easily, but there's a little bit more length of glide at the end. And there's certainly straight back into the interpretation.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, she's got good connection into and out of those technical elements, and there's transitions throughout the program, and the quality jumps on that triple lutz. You saw that. This is just exciting. We've watched her for the last couple of years, and we consistently see improvement, but this is the biggest amount that we've seen from year to year.
And the influences, Akiko Suzuki, former world bronze medalist, the choreographer. Akiko herself skated to this music as a competitor herself, so there's a lot of passion behind helping this athlete to improve those component scores. Still, she has a neural pathway which doesn't lend itself to clean leg extension, but they've styled it so wonderfully that I'm not as aware of that lack of toe point or free leg extension. That was the only wobble for Hannah, just unable to quite commit to that finish position, but you see her coach there immediately acknowledging that. So that is the constant reference for progression. And how nice to see her just looking so joyful in the kiss and cry.
You know, it's finding out who you can be and who you want to be, and that just takes growing up, if you will, but Hannah's starting to discover really who she wants to be in this sport. Let's take a look at the short program scores for Hannah Bath from Australia. It's a 69.06. They like that score, and that'll put her currently in a second place. Great job. Our next skater represents Belgium, Ilona van Steenberg, 17 years old. This is her first Junior Grand Prix event, but has a lot of international experience over the years.
And Ilona, one of many skaters whose coach doubles up as the parent. Her mother stands ringside supporting her now.
I'm gonna wake up, yes and no. I'm gonna kiss some part of. I'm gonna keep this secret. I'm gonna close
Belgium's Ilona van Steenberg finishes a short program, and it's important to acknowledge that her mom had explained that Ilona has had several injuries and has had to rebuild several times, and they explained that they're currently in a rebuilding phase and aware that Ilona would be unable to perform at her best. So they're mindful that she's not in the optimal physical condition because of injuries, but still wanted to relish and utilize the experience of this international stage as we see the jump combo, triple loop, and double toe.
And here we take a look at the double Lutz. No intention for the triple on that in this short program. We take a look at some of the steps midway through the program. Double axel, little leg kick, but pop
Aye.
open. And that is very, very costly. And then just at the end of the program, a split jump, and she enters the last spin of the short program in a layback spin. She gets all 4 levels. Saw the side, the back, the haircut of the Billman, and a little jump on the exit.
And Ilona, a nice, aesthetically pleasing skater, covers the ice well, looks refined in some of her movement. You can just see, though, as she sits in the kiss and cry with her mum, Christelle, that reliving probably the axel. Axel worth 3.3 points, and that obviously wiped off her score sheet.
Just waiting for the short program scores here. There were 5 elements under review out of the 7. So the technical panel she gets a 0, of course, for the axle because it didn't execute that, so that will be costly for her score. But it's interesting because some skaters come in not with expectations of scores, but expectations of themselves to do what they're capable of doing at the time. So, they know they're in the middle of the pack or at the bottom or at the top, whatever. They kind of know where they range, but they judge themselves based on their expectation of their abilities or how their program run-throughs have been. So this will be a little bit disappointing for her.
No doubt. It's a 35.78.
Yeah, that'll put her currently into 8th place.
And now to the Austrian competitor, Elis Namazaleva. Delighted to be here on the Junior Grand Prix. She will be skating to the track by Sia, Breathe Me, with intention to open with her triple jump combination, triple salto and double toe loop.
Help, I have done it again. I have been here many times before, hurt myself again today. And the worst part is there's no one else to blame. Be my friend. Hold me, wrap me up.
Els Namazaliyeva finishes a short program, which, like many others today, unfortunately, has struggled particularly with the axle jump.
Yeah.
As you said, Ted, what's happening?
Yeah, it's a non-axle day, seems to be.
Yeah, we need to change. We need to go and take a
Yeah,
incense out to the rink and
when you-
change the energy.
when you step on that, it's the only jump that takes off forward. When you step on that edge, if that gets away from you, away from your main body core, your main body weight, it comes into like a waxel, and you just pop it open because it's just really dangerous. So, yeah, it's just that kind of day. Let's take a look at some of the elements here. And here's the triple Salchow. Watch the landing. This is the big lean with an under rotation or even a downgrade. No, just under rotated. And oh, I think I've done this twice here. Okay, sorry about that. Pushing the buttons too many times. And there's the double Lutz. No problem, but has to flip out of that. And we'll take a look at the axle. Watch on this takeoff here. I'm going to just slow this down. Watch that left outside edge that she steps on right here. Slip right at the last second on that and just opened up. Didn't let her transfer tight into rotation. So that was unfortunate. And she'll get a 0 on that.
But good butterfly entry is a difficult entry into the flying camel. And then the camel up, and then this camel side, different variations, and maintaining the speed well.
And opposite arm
Yeah,
to
unique.
the very unique and not easy. Lots of flexibility
I thought
required.
these were good, actually, the two combinations of turns. And Els chose to do an outside bracket as the entry edge into one of her first combination of turns, that one of the features in the step sequence. And now we look back at the layback spin, which, much like the flying camel, had achieved a maximum level 4.
Just bend that skating knee to get that,
That was
free leg up.
interesting. Yeah,
it
she
was.
did.
She bent down, yeah. Right at the end. Not what she wanted for sure, but has some good aspects in there. Let's take a look at the short program scores. There it is, 34.07, and that'll put her currently in 10th place. Our next skater represents Croatia. There she is, 15-year-old Paula Kaznar. Second Junior Grand Prix season. She was 48th at Junior Worlds last year.
Paula celebrated her 15th birthday last Saturday, hoping for more celebration as she now skates to the Faith Hill track. There you'll be a skater that doesn't have much ice through the summer months, had to spend much of her summer in Merano in Italy to chase the training time necessary for success, hopefully competing on the Junior Grand Prix season this year.
When I think back on these times and the dreams we left behind, I'll be glad 'cause I was blessed to get to have you in my life. When I look back on these days, I look and see your face. You were right there for me. In my dreams I'll always see you soar above the sky. In my heart there'll always be a place for you for all my life.
Mark, I just want to know, are you causing the problem on the axle
You
takeoff?
said there was an axle day, not me.
All these skaters can do this double axle. This is not an issue, but they're not doing it today.
Yeah.
It's just one of those days that particular jump is out of luck
I
so far.
definitely think we need to go and spread some good energy in the changing room,
Yeah.
like corridor, to make
Yeah.
sure the double axles return in this event.
Yeah, exactly. How unfortunate. And it seems like that takeoff edge is just slipping away from most of them, or a number of them anyways. Let's take a look at some of the elements in this short program. Here's a look at the triple toe loop. A little bit of a lean, but gets that free leg back just in time to get up into the double toe. Was a struggle, but she made it work. And this is the double Lutz, but well done.
Good
Yeah,
edge,
yeah,
left back
yeah.
outside edge was clean and clear.
Now watch this bracket in here. There's that forward inside bracket. Let's see what happens to that left outside edge takeoff. And it just skids a little bit too much, and she just doesn't convert into rotation position. Whoa. And here's some of the steps, Mark.
Yeah, just working through the turns. And as I mentioned, Paula proudly representing Croatia. My understanding is that they just don't get summer ice time, so not the ideal preparation, but so much support from her family. And Paula ever so grateful for that. Actually, her brother is one of Croatia's most talented and promising hockey players.
Wow.
Perhaps the hockey players get more ice in the summer. Maybe she needs
You usually do everywhere.
to tell her brother's team to give her some training time.
Yeah. It's the same thing in Canada. Figure skating, although somewhat big, but hockey takes priority. Every rink is built for hockey.
Yes.
You got the glass, you got the cold array, you got everything. It's not built for figure skating. It's built for hockey. So you have to adapt. Of course, you can see the coach now working, just finding out as there's technical panel working away there. They have 4 out of the 7 elements are under review, but they've all been cleared up now. They've been busy.
Yeah, they have most of the programs having at least half of the elements under review, if
Yeah.
not 4 to 5 of the 7 elements. But look at the care from the coach, just helping to analyze and help to turn around the frustration that Paula will understandably have, because of course the free skate to come, more elements in the free skate, and coach has to do so much to try to make sure that then the mental brain space is feeling more optimistic and
Yeah.
positive to pursue the free skate tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. You want to learn from it, but you don't want to dwell on it. So it's a complicated, emotional period of time where the coach is working with the skater. Let's take a look at the scores. 31.85 for Paula. Now it'll put her currently into 11th place. Our final skater in group number 2 represents China's 16-year-old Yihan Wang. Third Junior Grand Prix season, finished 5th at the Junior World Championships last season, so another contender for the podium here in Riga.
Yes, a skater who has done 6 Junior Grand Prix already and been top 4 in 5 of them, hoping not just for top 4, but medals to follow for Yihan Wang.
Did you know the odds to be born on this earth's 1 in 400 trillion? I conquered those odds, yet I can't conquer leaving this house. I eat, sleep, scroll and work, but there has to be more than just merely existing. In fact, I was thinking there's not enough wine in the fridge to unleash me in this feeling. Feelings for some feminine healing. By that I mean I called my girls and said SOS, pick a dress, pick a time and then a dress for the upcoming tonight. Send a call out, send a call out. Calling all my baddest women, it's about to go down. Click, 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 clack, symphony, I need that. Click, 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 clack, symphony, I love the sound of it. Who let the girls out? I watching. Her legs are hurting, but her back is still arching. And the sun reminds me that it's coming to be out. She put her headphones in, and there she danced under the weight of her clouds. But for the first time in a long time, she believed that one day she would again feel the sun. She must be patient. She must have faith in the seeds that are planted beneath the snow. She must hold on, and she must let go. She'll be alright. No riding shining on at night. She will save herself this time. And in fact, tonight, she did confirm. The cold never lasts, my darling. It just teaches the heart how to burn.
China's Yihan Wang takes on what was so successful last week for Chinese women skating in Xi'an at the first stage of this year's Junior Grand Prix series, and she delivers. Now, this is an athlete who broke a spell for Chinese women on the Junior Grand Prix. It had been 13 years since China had won a medal on the Junior Grand Prix since Zhejian Li in 2011. Yihan Wang broke that spell. Now, though, coming into this event, she may feel pressure because there was so much success
Second,
for
third,
other
fourth,
competitors.
And didn't she break that in Bangkok a couple of years ago?
Yes.
And she won that event.
Indeed.
Was there, yeah. And so she's sort of back. They've got a strong field in junior women. They really do.
And, you know, Yihan Wang was 5th at the Junior World Championship, so she has been the front runner. But now she's got some pressure applied, but she rose to the occasion.
Here's a look at the triple flip. Good speed into and out of both the triple flip, triple toe. Nice and clean. Plus GOE there. Here's the double axel. We were hoping that it's going to be good, and it was. So we didn't jinx it. And the flexibility here. And this just picks up speed. Let's go full speed here. Look at that. That's after the entry. It was kind of slow to start with, but pulling that blade back to, yeah, it's just amazing. Here's the triple lutz later in the program. Textbook.
And I think for Yihan Wang, she perhaps wasn't as speedy and fast across the ice, but there were some lovely subtleties. And Stéphane Lambiel and Satoko Miyahara, one of the world's most elegant skaters ever, have been working with this athlete, and you can see some of that influence on the refinement of the movement and the choices of choreographic position.
Yeah, and if you take a look at what's the difference between her, perhaps and some of the Japanese skaters, it might be the speed and ice coverage, but that would be it, because the rest of it is really of high quality. Look at that spin right at the end of the program, a level 4, layback spin, plus GOE of 1.19. In fact, 5 out of the 7 elements are in the 1 plus GOEs, so she's really adding a good solid amount of points through the quality of the execution.
Yeah, things that, you know, it sounds such an easy throwaway comment, but the speed is critical, and that's why her skating skills are lower than Miyakata and why she won't lead the field.
It's going to be a good score, 68.61. That'll put her currently into 3rd place. So what's the difference? It's a very refined or a very fine amount. You've got a 72, a 69, and a 68. They're all really good skaters, but there's something slightly different. They'll have to analyze what that is to improve it. Now, we're going to take a break, turn the ice resurfacing, get that piece of paper. What video playbacks do we have, Mark?
Yes, thank you to the brilliant Rebecca Gilardi. We have a series of videos to watch and enjoy.
Brushing her teeth right now.
First is the interview with last week's winner, Sofia Zevka, who won in Xi'an, and then our must-watch moments from Azerbaijan last year on the Junior Grand Prix, and finally, an interview with the Junior World Champion, Mao Shimada.
Enjoy. We'll be back right after this. Here in Xi'an with the women's champion, Sofia Zepka, a neutral athlete. What an outstanding short program and outstanding free program. Sofia, congratulations, first of all. Absolutely brilliant. How do you feel about, you just mentioned a few moments ago how you felt. You said I'm a bit emotional about all of this. Can you tell us a little bit of how you felt about your performance?
I'm very excited and I'm very happy to be here. I would like to thank everyone, the issue for the organization. My coaches, my team, my parents, and so I'm very delighted with these competitions.
Well, you were brilliant in both the short and the free, and my co-commentator Mark Hanratty was wondering which performance, we enjoyed both, but which performance, the short or the free, that you enjoy the most?
Well, I like both of my programs, but it's easier for me to skate and to introduce my free program.
Okay.
I think suits me my inner self more.
Oh, okay. Well, both programs have a contrast to it, so that's what made it so interesting. The free program different from the short, of course. Now, you have another competition coming up a little bit later in the Junior Grand Prix. I mean, how will you continue to develop this season, technically or even artistically?
I think that there are more moments to improve technically in the free program than in the short. However, we should work on both of them and on both of types of performing and in technical and artistic parts.
You did an extremely incredible performance in both the short and free program. Congratulations for being here. Congratulations for your win. And we wish you only the best as you move forward this season. The champion here in Xi'an, Sofia Zepka.
Here are Mark and Ted's must-watch moments from the 5th stage of the Junior Grand Prix in Baku, Azerbaijan. In the women's event, Korea's Yoo-sung Kim came into this event following disappointment in her first Junior Grand Prix assignment where she finished in 5th place, but here she took gold and now puts herself in contention for her 3rd repeat as a Junior Grand Prix finalist. What about the men's, Ted?
Well, thanks, Mark. In the men's event, Minku Seo of Korea wins his 2nd Junior Grand Prix event, skating to Genesis Symphony Part 3 by Muse. He won both the short and free. He fell in the quad sow in the free program, but cleaned the rest of the way. A smooth, wonderful, beautiful skater. Mark, what about the ice dance?
The ice dance must-watch moment goes to France's Ombre Perrier Giannassini and Samuel Blanc-Klapperman. They were the favourites coming into this event and they absolutely delivered, and now they're likely to have secured their place in Nagoya, Japan at the Junior Grand Prix final.
My extra must-watch moment from Baku, Sofia Nekrasova from Estonia. She skated a snowstorm number 4 Romance, sophisticated and charming, and she has a very, very bright future.
My must-watch moment goes to Belgium's Denis Kruvlov. His achievement in winning a silver medal in Baku is the first time that a Belgian man has won a Junior Grand Prix medal in almost a quarter of a century. His skating was quality, as were his jumps, and I can't wait to see him compete again in 2 weeks' time in Abu Dhabi.
Here in Bangkok with the women's champion Mao Shimada, 3-time world champion, now champion here in her first Junior Grand Prix of the season. Mao, congratulations. First of all, I wanted to ask you a little bit about what your lead up was to this competition. You know, how were your training? How did everything go?
少し怪我があって思うような練習はできなかったんですけど、その中でも今日は最小限のミスに抑えられたと思うので、普段の練習の成果は少しは出たんじゃないかなと思います。
And now, Mao, you know, you've been such a consistent skater. And even when you make a mistake, you're able to always look forward and be consistent in moving forward and not thinking about what happened in the past. How are you able to do this? Tell us a little bit about that skill.
3分40秒で1つのプログラムなので、1つミスをしても最後まで諦めず滑れば結果はついてくるかもしれないっていうことを信じて滑ってます。
Well, Mao, you are a wonderful champion, a wonderful skater. You're an inspiration to many young skaters around the world. We thank you for everything that you've done so far in our sport. We wish you the best moving forward. And this is your last year in junior. And I know that you're looking forward to becoming a senior. We look forward to seeing you there. Mao Shimada, the champion here in Bangkok. Welcome back, everyone, to Riga, day one competition on week 2 on the Junior Grand Prix as we take a look at the start order for group number 3 in the women's short program. Just take you to the ice now. Mark, you have some pleading, begging, requesting to do.
Yeah, just we're on the second event of 7 on the Junior Grand Prix, and as we look at the skaters on screen now in this group warm up, the commentary days can be 12 hours long quite regularly, and we're just really interested to hear how you can entertain us as we endeavor to entertain you.
I think the best way to say is that we don't want to bore you to death,
Exactly.
which we could do, but last week the questions that came in were really brilliant. They were really, really good questions. So we'd love to hear from you. Ask your questions and your comments. It gives us some content to be able to give back to you of questions that you may have in your mind that we may not be able to hit if you don't do that.
And for sure, Ted and I, we have spent our whole lives in skating, or the vast majority of our lives in skating, and we can give you honesty in our opinion. We don't necessarily know if we are right either, but it's always interesting to discuss something that we're so incredibly passionate about the sport of skating and also the celebration of humans.
Yeah, I was going to say the one thing we know for sure, absolutely know for sure, is that these young people we need to be open and honest with what they have done. At the same time, we need to be supportive and there's no need to be mean in any way. And this is one of our big campaigns, if you will, is the social media, the people online that are mean, for whatever reason, because they got to make themselves feel good. I don't know what it is, but so these are young skaters, and they're trying really hard, and this is a really hard sport. There's no one else on the ice. You're it. All eyes are on you. So if you make a mistake, you all see it.
Yes.
Right? So, yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was just thinking there as we're, referencing these athletes and obviously the online interactions that we have, and it was interesting to note, perhaps as a result of Sofia Zebka's brilliance last week in the women's event, to notice the numbers viewing. And so the skaters that competed in Xi'an last week in the women's free skate, there have been over 250,000 views of that women's free skate from China last week. And so it's wonderful, therefore, that potentially these kind of bigger numbers will happen this season and the skaters will be exposed to more spectators. And perhaps, I suppose, as is inevitable, when there are more people watching, there are more opinions. But we are in the fortunate hot seat of being able to promote them as humans, irrespective of whatever they
No, and
deliver
sure, and we don't want to stop opinions. This is for sure. But we would just prefer people be, fair and not mean. You don't need to be mean. You can have an opinion and you say, I don't like the dress, or I don't like that. That's fair enough, Right. But, these are young people, and so we need to protect them. They come off the ice, they listen to us, they take a look online, unfortunately, and it impacts them. So, and some of the people that write those things don't have anybody writing about them.
No.
Right? So they don't know what that feels like.
It would be interesting to know of those that are viewing, how many of the spectators of the Junior Grand Prix have indeed competed themselves. I know that there will be a small, certainly at very least, a proportion of the viewership who are training mates, who are experiencing the same kind of lifestyle that the athletes on screen are having. But I wonder how many have been through the challenge of being an elite level figure skater. Because for us, having been, figure skating was our full-time way of being. And I know that certainly when I was competing as a full-time competitive figure skater, my entire sort of day revolved around how to do better as a competitive figure skating athlete. I didn't, allow for anything other than what could be facilitating better skating. And that will be the case for the vast majority of the skaters on screen. Although at juniors, of course, they have to intersperse that often with their academics as well.
Yeah. They're all in high school still. And working their way through, and it'd be interesting to know the conversion rate from high school graduate into university while they're high performance skating. They all go to high school. This is for sure. Whether they may be in a sports school or homeschool or whatever, but they're all doing that for sure. But how many convert into a university student for their education, which I believe is really important for not only for life but also to keep their mind active on something other than skating during high performance pursuit.
And indeed, we hear of some of the athletes who, perhaps a little older than the majority of the competitors in the women's short program, but many of the
hang on there.
Athletes that are also working, also have part-time jobs, because there's perhaps uncouth to discuss it, but it is honest to acknowledge that figure skating, like most elite level sports, is very expensive.
I had a job when I was skating.
Me too. Oh my goodness! As soon as
I
I
was-
could, I was paying for it.
I was a bartender.
Bartender,
Yeah, I was.
pulling pints and then
I
putting
was
your
learning how to
sparkly costumes on.
learning how to mix things for consumption, but in a very very nice golf club. It was a beautiful area. So
Hey, you do what you got to do to
Yeah.
pay for those skating
Exactly.
lessons, and
exactly,
These-
didn't mind that. It was fun.
yeah, I'm sure. Good perspective.
Yeah, it was absolutely. As we take a look at the coaches behind the boards, and what an interesting job and difficult job. But we talked about this last year. We haven't done so this year. The job of coaching not one skater, but many skaters in your at your club is so difficult, and it takes a person they don't do it for a job. I mean, it is a job for them. They do it because it's passion at this level. It's very
It was
passionate.
interesting, Mia Hamada on screen now, she was explaining to us yesterday that with the plethora and abundance of elite level athletes, she said that particularly in the women's field, because that's what she's renowned for, she has said that to all her students, everybody can take a different journey to the top of the mountain. Everybody wants the same goal of being the best in the world,
Yep.
but they can all take different routes.
Can see her holding the hands, and she certainly gets the focus of the athlete before they turn and go to their spot. Our first skater in group number 3 represents Japan, 17-year-old Kai Yamada. This is her first Junior Grand Prix event. Not much international experience that we can see. She's coached by Mia Hamada and choreographed by Akiko Suzuki and Kana Muramoto, both beautiful skaters in their own right. She'll skate the short program to Believer by Sebring.
First things first, I'ma say all the words inside my head. I'm fired up and tired of the way that things have been. Oh, the way that things have been. Second things second, don't you tell me what you think that I can be. I'm the one at the sail, I'm the master of my sea. The master of my sea.
Well, Mark, I love the individuality of this skater. She's from Japan, but she has just a little extra element of personality on the ice, and I love it.
Wonderful to see that reaction from Kei Yamada from Japan. And I think what's pertinent about this is that this is a skater who has been in the domestic Japanese junior ranks since 2021, and finally at 17 years of age gets her Junior Grand Prix debut. So proof that even if you skate for a really powerful, strong skating nation, that if you deliver, you will get the assignments. And I'm delighted for that it was a successful
And we could
debut.
see Mia Hamada, her coach, just jumping up and down when she landed that triple lutz. Here's the opening combination, triple flip, beauty, flow up into the triple toe loop. Absolutely clear all the way around with a 1.21 added score for the quality. There's the double axel, right in, right out, and then right into some 3 turns into the flying camel. This stretch free leg, little details in there can be improved for sure.
And as we see this triple lutz, this was the important last big jumping pass. Little change of edge on the takeoff, not ideal. But look at the coach in the
I
background.
can see her, yeah. That's awesome. That sliding movement there, it looks easy. It's, first of all, hard on your knees. Second of all, it is risky.
And I don't know if it's the choice of costume or not, but she does remind me of some of the Japanese greats, maybe Miki Ando, but
Yeah.
I'm always fascinated by the lineage of the education and the stylization. There are so many powerhouse skating coaches in Japan, and all different slightly, but all come, as we referenced at the top of this performance, all ultimately getting to international caliber greatness.
And she's in the kiss and cry for her first time on the junior circuit, international, big smile, great program. Mia Hamada's happy with her. We'll see what the score is.
Well, her scores at a domestic event in Nagoya, she had a 62 there earlier this year. And then at Japanese Junior Nationals last year, or in fact it was Senior Nationals, she had a 62 again. So that domestically, although the Japanese judges tend to be perhaps a little stricter than some international scores, that is a reference point for some of her best ever scoring. So based on what we can see on our screens, we're going to hopefully see a very happy skater in about 10 seconds.
It's a 65.89, and she's going, whoa, whoa, that's awesome. And that puts her currently into 4th place. There's a lot of joy, not just for the score, but for her skate and her first experience on the ISU Junior Grand Prix. Congratulations. Our next skater represents Switzerland, 16-year-old Valeria Esova. Second Junior Grand Prix season, coming 7th in Bangkok. Last year was a strong 8th at Junior Worlds.
And Valeria found the music for this short program herself, suggesting it to choreographer Stéphane Lambiel. He loved it, and she said that it came together very quickly because both connecting to it. The track, Interlude.
Il est loin le temps où baisser la tête. On ne demande plus l'autorisation. Tel le mouvement d'une vague que rien n'arrête. On avance et on s'en fout des qu'on dira. Tu parles et nous on lève les yeux au plafond. Les visages de mes guerriers dans la foule. On va faire trembler la terre sous nos talons. On entend monter dans la ville le chant des femmes qui brillent, la voix de mes sœurs qui arrivent.
Now, Mark, what is that term that you British use, a cat amongst the pigeons? Is that it? Because this young skater just laid her mark down there. She is wonderful, wonderful quality, wonderful posture, great flow in and out of all the elements. Wow.
Yeah, really clean, tidy performance from Switzerland's Valeria Ejova. And what I appreciate and enjoy is just seeing the different stylistic interpretations. And Stéphane Lambiel, obviously such a great skater, coach and choreographer, and you could see his influence throughout some of the transitions, finding some musical nuances that should be reflected in the composition and the presentation. Interesting when we consider, if anybody was eagle-eyed in watching Valeria's comparative tech score to the leader, Mae Okada, and it's the grades of execution which are separating the skaters. So the amount of generally speed in and out.
Yeah, no question. She has a lot of hand and arm movements in the transitions in between the elements. That was a beautiful triple loop, triple toe loop combination. There's the double axel, hands above the head, straightens the spine, faster rotation is used by a number of skaters around the world. And here's the triple lutz a little bit later in the program. There we go. Nice flow on the landing as well. But beautiful work in between the elements as well.
Yeah, wonderful. And some nice, as I say, nuances and subtleties within the transitional content. You know, it really is so fascinating. We look at this sit forward feature, wonderful position.
Beautiful.
It is the speed of rotation that's just, you know, this is brilliant. Mae Okada, a little faster.
Yeah, yeah,
You know,
exactly. And
that's
same
what
thing
we'll
in
say.
the skating skills throughout the program, a little bit faster. But the foundation for this girl is spectacular, you know. So this young woman, look at the detail. Really, really nice. Nice surprise. Well, let's take a look at the short program scores for Valeria Esova. And it is 63.71. It's a good score. That'll put her currently into 5th place. She was hoping for a little bit more. She'll have to take a look at the report card and find out, well, what's the difference here? It's those fine nuances that you were talking about, the details and the speed, mostly the speed. Our next skater represents Argentina, 18-year-old Lola Ocampo. This is her second Junior Grand Prix event, competing 1 year ago right here in Riga, placing 31st. She trains in Argentina throughout the year.
And Lola, incredibly proud to be skating and representing her nation of Argentina. Argentina's Lola Ocampo completes her short program, and this a skater that, as I mentioned, is so incredibly proud to represent Argentina. And she, despite rinks being scarce and small in size in Argentina, she does manage to train daily. But her dream is to see an ice rink built in Buenos Aires dedicated exclusively to competitive sports. And Lola working so hard to continue pushing herself and seeing Argentina's flag represented at an international figure skating event here. Beautiful opening. She doesn't have the technical difficulty that others have. And the double axel was an issue in warm-up, and you can see doesn't find a rotational position that is optimal for speedy rotation in the air. But hopefully this experience will motivate her to continue to do the off-ice training work to find that faster rotational position.
And the conversion in the rotation position important. She used the muscle because she was wanting this so bad to push that takeoff. As we take a look at the spin a little bit later in the program. And the sit spin, all the spins are fine for sure. But it's such an interesting story about, you know, she's born, she trains in Argentina. What else you said about the cruise?
Well, we have these ISU biographies, and the skaters are offered the opportunity to share their profession. And Lola, at 18, has written down that she's a cabin crew student. So we'll get some more details on that, hopefully. But obviously juggling many aspects. And look, that's the first flag that we have seen, I think, showcased as evidently in the kiss and cry of this event, and that only indicating how proud she is.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly, and trains there. Early days of Argentina skating, most of them had trained in North America, but not so anymore. You know, more rinks opening up around the world, and organizations getting started, developing learn to skate programs and supporting their athletes along the way. And that's just terrific. Much rather have it for people who live in that country.
And that's what Lola, along with her coaches Michaela Romero and choreographer Fernanda Cerezo, that's what they are doing to try to elevate the next generation as well, as we see
Snoopy. I didn't know Snoopy lives down in Argentina.
Argentinian.
Yeah, there you go. Well, I think it's the soccer uniform, maybe. I'm not sure. I mean,
And
football, pardon me.
Even the skating dress is in the colors of
There's
the
a
flag.
lot of
Everything.
there's
There's
a lot of blue there. Yeah,
they were
yeah.
very. Actually, there has to be an award there for best kiss and cry color coordination.
Yeah, even the couch works.
Yeah. Push that purple rug off the side. We don't need to see that.
That's right. It's a blanket.
Yeah.
So look at the technical panel there. There were 5 out of the 7 elements under review. But they're now cleaned up. Let's take a look at the scores. It's a 19.12 for Lola, and that'll put her currently into 15th place. Certainly not what she's working towards. It's a long journey. There's lots to learn, but some experience gained here in Riga. Our next skater represents Norway, Thea Maria Kochagina Ulareng. 14 years old, first Junior Grand Prix event. She's coached by Tanya Sunt.
And Thea Maria will be using the popular music Storm by former world pair champion from Canada, Eric Radford.
You know, Mark, sometimes when the skater has delicate music, but they're not listening to the how delicate it is, they don't represent that in their movement. Not true with this skater. This skater was just perfectly matched to the phrasing, and whether the music had power and speed and momentum or whether it was delicate, she adapted.
Really impressive by Thea Maria Ullering, representing Norway, and there was such a musical sensitivity. And I also even hear the opening counter into the blade movement. This not as comparable technically to that which we've seen of others, just a double lutz as opposed to triple, and the Salchow didn't make the combo. However, some of the nuances, and I also am wondering if the dress is inspired by Hokusai, the Japanese artist. Like I feel like this skater has a maturity and approach to what they're offering.
Yeah, exactly. She knows what she's doing in regards to what she wants to have the whole package as. And I really appreciated the end of the program when the music became very, very delicate. And so did she. There's the double axel near the end. We seem to be back on track with those double axels. Here's some of the steps.
Here, the bracket counter loop, one of the combinations of turns, and it was the bravery and almost audacity to have that amount of time spent just on the spot. It looked so elegant and refined in it, which was enhancing the music choice to a maturity of performance. Good outside edge
Nice.
feature.
All working with the music just, beautifully. And it's just a single instrument. It was just the piano at the end, and simplicity quite often is most effective. There you go.
And Thea Maria, a skater that has competed here in this venue, just at other internationals, but of course this, her Junior Grand Prix debut, the biggest event of her career thus far, and it's a huge moment for the skater.
We can see a smile of satisfaction having skated pretty well, a little bit here and there, 37.29. That'll put Thea currently into 11th place. It looks like she enjoyed the experience.
We enjoyed it. Well done.
Yeah. Our next skater represents Latvia, 16-year-old Kira Baranovska. This is her second Junior Grand Prix season. She had some good international results later in the season, 2025, and the start of 2026 as well. She was 31st in the Junior World Championship. Mark?
And Kira, is a skater that I have so much respect for, and the elevation she can get in her jumping passes, skating in her home rink.
I can smile at the old days. I was beautiful then. I remember the time I knew what happiness was. Let the memory live again.
Well, Mark, lots to talk about in this program. There's some really lovely stuff. Go ahead.
Well, Kira Baranovska skating and not just in front of a home nation, but in front of a home rink. And I think this, oh, that's nice to see. I have for many years thought Kira has so much potential.
Yeah.
As I mentioned before she started, I have so much admiration for the elevation in her jumping passes. But what is really significant here is that this skater had 7 elements and no reviews, and level 4 has been assigned to everything. The first level 4 step sequence that we have had in the event, even including May Okada. And so, wonderful to see that she has fulfilled her potential a bit more in this event. Just double, though.
Look at the lift of the triple flip up into the double toe. Look at the speed of this camel spin. Change of bed, just gorgeous. The best one so far. And a great toe Arabian into the back. Ah, really nice.
And actually, interestingly, that even though she trains here, and she's also done lots of junior Grand Prix, nice double axel, this is actually the first time she's competed here. We've been in this venue before. Look at this huge triple lutz.
Keeps the hand off the ice. Good, yeah.
Normally she's here as a volunteer. So when we come to Riga, we see Kira. We might have seen her at the other junior Grand Prix, and then she's here helping out. But on this occasion, it's her time to shine.
And she really paid attention to all the transitions, the detail, the head movements. Right there, and the twizzle.
And that was actually interesting, really good example of the new feature this year where you can have body movement within the combination of turns. And I heard the technical panel giving that, and rightly so. I would have done the same.
Yeah. That was lovely. I'm sure she's going to be happy with that. She should be.
Oh, she's pointing to the wrong side, I think, of her jacket, but I'm really, really pleased for her. Oh,
Yeah,
thank you.
solid skate. Her personal best is 56.16. That's her top score so far. That has been rated internationally. We'll see what she comes up with here. Could be quite close to that.
Oh, she has a time violation. That's a shame. You take a 1-point deduction off for that.
Oh, it's a 59.11. You can see that reaction. She is absolutely thrilled, and she deserves that score. That puts her currently in a 6th place. Love it when we see an athlete respond like that. Now she knows her value. She knows her worth. There's a look at our next skater. 14 years old, Veronika Tobiova. She's coached by Lukasz Hovcicek and choreographed by Sarka Sankova.
There's only so much that a heart can take before it starts to break. Please don't make me love you. Please don't make me need you. I've no room in my life for something like this. Please don't take my mornings. Please don't steal my summers. I know they will vanish the moment we kiss. I grow weak when we talk. I'm confused when we touch. I should just walk away, but that's asking too much. Please don't make me do this. Please don't make me want this. All my dreams were taken until I met you. You're the one I think of as soon as I awaken. Funny how the heart tells the mind what to do. I'm not sure I can go through all the joy and the pain. Much better not to let these dreams take the light. Please don't make me love you. Please don't make me need you.
Veronika Tabiova concludes her debut on the Junior Grand Prix circuit, and another skater, much like last week's Czech competitor Daria Timofeyeva, who was inspired, as we see the other Czech skaters, the ice dancer and Jakub Pikal, cheating her on. Another skater who was inspired by the World Championships taking place in Prague earlier this year. Seeing the social media from Veronika, you can see the impact that that had on these young Czech athletes and fueling them to demand more from themselves as well. Triple toe, and under rotation, so receives lesser base value. Just a double it's 2, but nice transitional entry, and I love this. The landing of the double axel followed up by the catch of the leg, and then changing edge before going into the butterfly flying camel. Some difficult transitional content, and they're just showcasing the rotation within the step sequence. So if the skaters can showcase enough sufficient rotation in both directions, that will be a way in which to up their level. It has to be both anti-clockwise and clockwise, as we see. Change of edge in the combo spin.
Yeah, and maybe just the speed of the spins, a little bit more speed in the spins is going to go a long way because she had good positions, well centered.
Interesting, all 3 spins for Veronika, given a level 4 maximum level, but 2 of them
Right.
have a negative GOE, so that's just a reflection on the technically capable, just quality improvements.
Gaining the difficulties points, but losing on the quality execution a little bit.
But all in all, she can be very, very proud, and I'm sure that there are family and friends right now screaming in excitement at Veronika, and she's waving back at you with gratitude for all you've done to support her to this stage.
Yeah, it's so cool that mom and dad back home or wherever they are, 44.32 can watch their kids skate in international competition. That'll put it currently into 9th place as we close out group number 3. And there's a look at the standings so far. The top 3 skaters all having nice, clean, short programs with a good score. As we will be introduced, we take a look right there. Mia Okada, Hanabath, and Yihan Wang from China, top 3 so far. And the rest of the field.
And interesting that Sofia Zebka's score from last week and that beautiful short program that she offered, fractionally higher than Mia Okada. But in this competition already, the 2nd and 3rd place skaters at this stage, Hannah and Yihan, having higher scores than last week. So a little bit of an indication that this is a deep field.
Hey, no question what's going to happen as we move down the road towards the end of the series. It's a long ways away yet, but the Junior Grand Prix final in Chongqing is going to be a good one.
Yes, definitely. And again, interesting to consider, the developments of the sport. I was so blown away with the reality that last year at the Junior Grand Prix final in, where were we?
Nagoya.
In Japan, that all 6 of the women competing in that field, I think there were 4 Japanese skaters and 2 Koreans, that all of them included triple axel in their repertoire. And I think
With
that
wonderful quality skating and program, etc. Yeah, you're right. It was a very strong field.
But it's interesting, now will it be quads or will it be again what I think is very appreciated by skating fans around the world? Will it be great skating skill, fundamental skating skill, which Kaori Sakamoto showcased the best of?
Well, we also have to remember last year, in Nagoya, that was the end of that quad, right? So people had been in the juniors for 2-3 years, maybe 4 in some cases, but rare. This is the beginning of the quad. So we'll see what materializes when we get to Chongqing. Now, do you have any questions coming in?
As yet, no. I think
you didn't push it. You did not push this very much. Oh, come on, beg.
Man. Okay.
I'll beg.
Otherwise, I'm going to have to resort to asking friends. We'll have to call out names. Maybe we can name those that are watching. We know that some skating journalists are watching.
Yeah.
Please send in their questions or opinions. I think what I'm struck with. I don't know other sports because of course skating has dominated my life, but there are those that are involved in the sport that are very effusive in their opinion and passionate in their opinions. We would love to hear that too. What do you think about the tweaks and changes, the rule changes? We can undoubtedly confirm that at the end of last season there was discussion about some much more radical changes to the delivery of a competitive skating event, and they have been diminished such that they are minimal comparatively.
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
maybe some would like to see more radical changes.
You know, you need to watch some of the other sports a little bit more. I'm a little bit disappointed in that. I mean, okay, you know skating extremely well. You really do. I mean, ever sat down and watch a football game, that's soccer in North America, or hockey? You do. Your son is a very good hockey player. You go to the hockey games, and you weren't exactly sure of all the terms of the offsides and the icings and all that kind of stuff. But you know, you're learning.
I went to indeed watch a hockey game on Sunday, and I was given in trouble from my family, because I was looking at my phone too much, checking stats and connecting with the skaters on here for storytelling. So I was at another sport on Sunday, and I was preparing for this instead. So there you go.
If you were really into the game, you would have left the storytelling a little bit later. I'm going to have to teach you some real hockey scores or hockey terms from Canada, but that's okay.
One thing that then I can recant and recall, because I don't know anything about anything other than skating, is opportunity for us to check in with some of the past performances. I have been really enjoying listening to the Run Through podcast, which has had a lore series, and through it this summer they've been giving examples of the most famous skating music pieces. So they've had Turandot, they've had Scheherazade, they've had Swan Lake, they've had various different skating popular tracks, and I would thoroughly recommend that on the back of that, the skaters that are watching this themselves do a little bit of a history and an education on watching some of the greats that have been. And although now, of course, the sport is so different, there is so much that can be learned from past performances. And earlier today, I was even watching examples of skaters from the 1980s, which the content required for skaters competing in that generation under a different judging system was vastly different. But some of the musical interpretation, transitional content would be something that still the best in the world could still utilize and learn from now. So that's my call to action for the skaters to check out some of the greats indeed.
We'll see how good of a salesperson you are very shortly. If you have any questions that come in. 1 minute left in the warm-up of group number 4.
And we don't have the final moment music played here. When we were in Shan's, when you were in Shan last week, they had the music of the final moment of an ISU event.
Building the pressure. Yeah.
Oh, look at that. So interesting to see the right back outside edge takeoff. That will be Sergey, the coach, just trying to encourage the simulation of the takeoff for the triple, I'm sure, for the athlete competing, Natasha. And a visible reference there that the first athlete competing after this 6-minute warm-up, just taking things easy. Indeed, as all the athletes are doing now. Not too many jumping passes done in this final closing seconds for the 6 skaters competing, as we find ourselves at the halfway point. This is the halfway point of the women's short program in Riga 2026.
36 skaters, 6 groups. Now we will enter group number 4. But we've gotten rid of, I better not say it.
Amanda Getso just doing the triple toe at the end of the program there, at the end of the warm-up.
We had some challenges earlier on with the double axel takeoffs, but we seem to be over that. Hopefully, touch wood.
Let's hope that we have an abundant number of clean triple combinations, successful double axels, and hopefully triple lutzes for the skaters competing as a handshake shared.
Here we go, our next skater. 15-year-old Nataza Yamalichka. She was at Xi'an last week, placing 14th. This is her second junior Grand Prix season. She's coached by Sergei Razanov. Well, the only skater in this event that competed last week in Xi'an, China, she's here just a few days later. A much better performance, Mark.
And it's so challenging to compete in back-to-back events, but to compete in back-to-back events with such different time zones is immeasurably harder. And yet, how interesting to see a 15-year-old Natasha here just using perhaps all of the frustration of the fall that she had in the short program last week to help her to push through this performance much more confidently.
And sometimes that can work negatively. You get nervous because you made the mistake. You don't want to make it again, and then you make it again. But for her, she parked that away and made sure that she was clean. Great technique. There's no question of that. Let's take a look at some of the elements here. Here's this triple flip. Nice and straight and tight in the air all the way around. Good knee bend up a little higher in the triple toe loop. Under-rotated in the system on the triple toe, unfortunately. Here's the double axel. No problem there. And then the triple Lutz right here. Let's take a look at the landing. That is all the way and clean in the system. So there you go.
And it also just shows how vastly different scores can be. Of course, one jump has a tangible value difference. So for Natasha last week when she competed in Xi'an, she had a score of 45.35 and it had that one fall. Now her score is looking like it could be 10 points higher, and part of that will be improved grade of execution on the other elements, perhaps slightly higher levels too. But there is also another factor that the skaters don't always appreciate, is that the program components, the presentation, will be higher without a fall too. And she has drawn blood for her craft there, as you can see her right knee from the knee side affected.
Yeah, I don't know how they do it. I mean, and they know next time they go on, the same thing's going to happen. There's a 56.64 season's best for Natasha. She's got a smile. That'll put her currently in the 8th place. Much better performance, no question. Congratulations. Back to back, different time zone, lots of travel.
Handshake to finish too.
Yeah. There's our next competitor representing Spain, Eloisa Marina Sola. 14 years old. This is her first Junior Grand Prix event. Not much international experience yet. She is coached by John Wicker and choreographed by Yemen Ma. She will skate to Claire de Lune.
One of my favorite pieces of music. Spain's Eloisa Marino Sola in her debut on the Junior Grand Prix, and this an athlete that I saw in her earliest days in Gosport Ice Rink with her coach Terry, and seeing the difference now on the Junior Grand Prix. Wonderful to see the progression of the athletes when there's so much support, and I know that her parents have been pivotally supportive in helping her to chase her dream. Both parents are Spanish. She's chosen junior ranks to be the time to switch to represent Spain as we look back at the triple salto double toe loop. A nice change of edge, back counter, and then there's the triple lutz attempt. Good technique, just not feeling the rotation. And then a little bit cautious on the double axel, knowing this was a necessity, and perhaps a little bit over rotated, so the negative grade of execution. But nice camel spin to follow.
No, beautifully centered. A little hop over into the back sit.
Good upright, difficult variation. And I was saying, Ted, that I know the choreographer Yevon Mock well, and we skated to this piece together. So I feel like I hope Eloisa has watched her choreographer Yevon skate as beautifully as she does to this music, as she and Coach John Wicker shape hearts in the Kiss and Cry. Oh, now she's asking more of John. He looks befuddled, but he's
demanding more of the coach. That's funny.
John's doing and done a great job for lots of British athletes as well.
Yeah, such a nice guy, and you know, at ease. Some people just have that calm type of personality, and you know, he brings that feeling of comfort, I think, to his students. Seen him over the years.
Yeah, he's very, very calm, but I think he must be just incredibly good technique. He's just calm, composed, measured, great guy.
Score is 47.69. That'll put Eloisa currently in his 10th place.
I think she looks surprised. Well, you can hear a little more resounding support for the next athlete, Mia Kasparovica, representing the host nation, skating to the popular track Sweet Dreams, an athlete that's had lots of success as an advanced novice, now in her junior competition debut.
Sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world and the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something. Sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world and the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something. Sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world and the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to get used by you. Some of them want to abuse you. Some of them want to be abused. Sweet dreams are made of these. Sweet dreams, 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 sweet dreams. Sweet dreams.
Well, we are witnessing a special moment because the Junior Grand Prix, it's a big deal. It's a huge deal for these competitive young figure skaters. And Mia is just 13 years of age, and you can see the love that has sent out to her from the local skaters that will see her in training. A skater that's got quite a lot of experience as an advanced novice competitor. She's won events in France. She was second in the Amber Cup, which was held here last November. But this, as I say, it's a different stage, and she has acquitted herself well with technical content that's comparable with many others as we look back at the highlights from her performance now.
And there's the triple flip, gets it done nicely up into the double toe loop. And that would be, there's the triple lutz a little bit later in the program. Too far back on the heel. Freeleg got stuck in front. She takes the fall. You can see the mechanics of the elements are there. Double axel gets that done as well.
Now you can see even with that right forward inside twizzle, change of leg position, little hop out. There's an attention to detail. And here, effort to push those component scores as well as we see the side in the layback.
Pretty good speed entering that. Pick up a speed there. A little bit of traveling to keep that centered to get that GOE, that layback spin. Is level 4, all features, but a minus 0.14. So that minus is because she started to travel across the ice in that spin.
And there we see Katerina Platanova, Latvian coach that we've seen at this Junior Grand Prix with many skaters now consistently producing triple jumping athletes. Oh, I think it's at Kushvalska as well, the coaches here, who are looking, I'm sure, at the feedback from the technical panel on the ISU event app where they can get live updates. We can hear it, they can see it on the app.
And scores for Mia, 45.52. That'll put her currently into 11th place, and they seem relatively happy with that score. And skate. Our next skater represents Armenia, 15-year-old Isabella Essian, second Junior Grand Prix season, 15th last year in Bangkok Junior Grand Prix, and 45th at the World Junior Championship. She's coached by Svetlana Panova. She will skate the short program to What a Wonderful World.
Armenia's Isabella Essayan, and if an award for fighting to make a combination jump were to be
Yeah.
given, it would be for Isabella.
She wins it.
Yeah, for sure. And interestingly, Isabella's planned program content included a triple triple to start the program, and then things obviously changed. And the triple loop that she used partway through the program, you could almost see thought bubbles above her head as she was making sure that she squeezed out a double
The
tone
patience,
combination.
the patience to wait. Incredible. We'll take a look at that in just a second. So you see her starting her program. And here is the triple Lutz. Gets that done, but it is clean in the system. Okay, good. And here's the double axel. And that's of over rotation. Didn't stop the rotation early enough. But here, watch this. Here's the triple loop. Tight circle. Goes, okay, got to get that leg back. Wait. Up. Get around. Get the free leg back. It's amazing, the patience, but good for her. And the lay back. At the end of the program, it is level 4, so all 4 features accomplished with a very, very small plus GOE on that.
Interesting to see just the little subtle differences in assuming that Bielman position, holding the boot rather than the blade as she awaits her scores. And for Isabella, she qualified obviously for the Junior World Championships. She achieved the minimum technical element scores. Now she'll be looking to see if she can make the top 24 to compete in the free skate. That, I'm sure, for Isabella and for Armenia will be a big goal for the season to make that next stage of world ranking. You can see, though, of course, disappointed because the double axel, the easiest of the elements for Isabella, wasn't accomplished. And
Well, she rotated easily. He's got a good
Over,
takeoff,
yeah.
but just, rotated too much, which not everyone, but others rotate not enough.
sadly, both have
Yeah.
issues on the technical
Yeah.
element score.
Well, let's take a look at the short program score for Isabella. Representing Armenia. It's a 40.78. That will put Isabella currently into 14th place. Our next skater represents Hong Kong, Shukyin Jocelyn Chan, 14 years old, very first Junior Grand Prix event. She was 7th at the Thailand Open this season. She's coached and choreographed by Yan Ho Brian Chan. She will skate the short program to Uprising on Box Takata.
Time just to simulate the triple jumps. She intends triple lutz and then triple salco combination.
You're on.
Hong Kong's Chukying Jocelyn Chan skates a solid short program, and I reference this performance against what we can find online. And the Hong Kong National Figure Skating Championships take place at a slightly unique time. They take place in early June, which is not like most nationals. And her scores in the short program there were 38.48, and so that wasn't that long ago. And this is going to be, well, pretty significantly higher. The component score is not as strong, but she will be delighted, I am sure, to have stayed up on that triple lutz to open the program.
Yeah. Yeah, small accomplishments, maybe not small, maybe a big one for accomplishment for gaining confidence, being able to deliver a big element in competition. It's part of the process of learning how to upgrade your difficulty. Here it is. There's the triple lutz. Nice and straight and tight in the air. It is on the quarter mark, but still, nevertheless, landed. 1 foot. Good. Down on the ice here for the triple Salchow. Double toe loop gets that done on the under rotation on the Salchow in the system. And here's some of the steps at the end of the step sequence. That's level 2, so missing 2 out of the 4 features. And she'll step up into the double axel here. Sorry, Mark, go ahead.
Well, no, the double axel, good. You can just see ice coverage isn't enormous, and the blade doesn't run as readily. So when we discuss differentiating the different skaters, that hard to spot detail perhaps by the non-trained eye might make it difficult to comprehend the scores. But for Chukying, while she'll be delighted to have done what she has done here, her score will be a little bit lower based on the flow and the glide and the speed and the ice coverage.
Than the others, yeah. Yeah, exactly. And even so, on a screen, it's hard. You can tell. You watch the rink board advertising go by slowly, as opposed to fast. But you have to pay attention to those type of details to be able to recognize that aspect of skating skills. Let's take a look at the score: 43.12, and that will put her currently into 13th place.
Hey, happy coach, happy skater.
Our next skater represents Italy, 16-year-old Amanda Getzo, second Junior Grand Prix seasons, 20th at Junior Worlds last year. She's coached and choreographed by Eduardo De Benedì.
And Amanda using the same short program as she did last year, the popular Dune soundtrack. We saw her working on the triple-triple in the warm-up. That will be the first element for Amanda Getzo. Italy's Amanda Ghetto. Amanda will be frustrated because she has a monstrously big double axel, as we see her teammates there. And she will be frustrated to have stepped out of that, then doubling the lutz. So far from the performance that this talented skater was hoping for. However, looking beyond the mistakes in the technical element score, the snake-like charm that was evident or intended, well, certainly that was what I perceived to be intended. Some great body movement in the choreography.
Yeah, I don't know. The words snake-like charm work together because I'm going, I don't know about a snake being charming.
Good point.
Yeah, exactly. Here we see, this is the Lutz, and just pops that into the double.
And just for a little bit of context, as we look at this wonderful camel variation, maintaining the speed really brilliantly, and look at the articulation of the hand, that was delightful. But a double lutz, almost 4.5 points less than a triple lutz. So that's just another indication of how these scores will find themselves, the skaters will find themselves in the rankings after the short program.
So important on the takeoff of any of these jumps that you learn to pull the trigger. So you have to quickly leap and turn right away. And if you just hesitate just a second and then it opens up, it's too late, 4 points gone. It's costly.
Those who hesitate are lost. Renata joining her. And you can see just a shrug from Amanda, but seeming to be able to park it pragmatically.
It's still early in the season, and even though you may not accomplish your goal, your scores here on the Junior Grand Prix, or if you're not, trying to make the final, but if you're not close to that, it's like, okay, what am I going to learn from this? Because I don't want that to happen again. I have to make sure. So if this mistake here, make sure that Lutz always turns every competition after, then to some degree, mission accomplished, not here, but down the road. As they wait for their scores, just 3 elements under review. That's been cleared up. The scores for Amanda are 48.84, and that'll put her currently into 10th place. And as they get ready to resurface the ice, as they look at the standings so far, Okada, Hanabath, Yihan Wang, same 3 that were leading after, I think, the first group or second group perhaps, are still in the lead. Mark, we have a nice resurfacing. What is our video playback list?
Now, first up will be our must-watch moments from Xi'an last week on the first stage of this season's Junior Grand Prix, and then to an interview with one of the siblings, the Korean siblings that have been so brilliant on the Junior Grand Prix over the years, Yoo-sung Kim, and then our skate basic series showing the creative execution of good and bad sit spins.
There you go. We hope you enjoy it. We'll be back right after this. The Junior Spotlight in Dance was from the winners, neutral athletes Maria Fefalova and Artem Valov, where they showcased originality and creativity within both their technical elements and transitional content that will undoubtedly inspire others into later stages of the Junior Grand Prix. The Junior Spotlight in pairs came from neutral athletes Polina Shesheleva and Igor Kodakov, with a spectacular display of high technical difficulty, extreme skating skills with speed and flow, and attention to the connection with music. It was the highest overall score in Junior Grand Prix pair skating history. In men's, the Junior Spotlight goes to the neutral athlete champion Lev Lazarev, who delivered 4 quadruple jumps with other quality elements and a high level of program components, producing an insurmountable score as he took the title by 20 points over the next competitor. In the women's Junior Spotlight, it was dominated by the neutral athlete Sofia Zepka, laying down 2 clean, difficult, and dynamic programs, earning a dominating total points of 213.28, taking the title by 23 points over the nearest challenger. The women's champion here in Baku, Yoo-sung Kim of Korea. Congratulations, first of all. You were 5th after the short program, and then you did a brilliant free program. How did you feel about your skate?
I didn't feel the pressure well in the first round, so I wanted to clean the this time.
Well, you certainly did that. It was a beautiful program for sure. Now, what happens next for you?
I have national competition, want more perfect program, and my clean program I was very happy.
Yeah, you should be. It was absolutely spectacular. Well, congratulations. We wish you the very best the rest of the season.
Thank you.
The champion here in Baku, Yusung Kim of Korea. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Figure Skating Basics.
In this episode, we're going to discuss GOE, which stands for Grade of Execution, better understood as the quality of the elements.
Now, you can get a maximum of 5 or a -5 based on the quality of your execution, of course. And this can make a huge difference in the end result of a competition for a skater. Now, student Mark is going to execute, first of all, a good sit spin. Is that right?
Well, we'll try.
Well, we'll check it out. Mark, really nice stretch, free leg, pointed toe. That was awesome.
Well, that's one of the judges' criteria. They have a positive feature chart, and a good controlled, clear position satisfies them to give a better grade of execution.
Now that was pretty well centered, nice and smooth, very quiet blades as well. And now Mark's going to intentionally make a bad sit spin.
It might not be so hard.
Yeah, it may not be difficult. Let's see.
Well, I tried to stick to the clear criteria that the judges have. So they have a reductions for errors chart. Some of those things have a traveling spin,
You did it?
a poor position,
Oh, yeah.
slow,
Yeah.
and a weak exit.
Oh, totally.
So if the skater achieves the maximum +5 GOE, grade of execution, that can add 50% more to the value of their element. Equally, if it's a -5, the worst possible, then that can take 50% away from the value of the element.
Well, that concludes our episode on the GOE Figure Skating Basics.
Let us know what you've thought of this series, and please also let us know what more you want to see from us here at the International Skating Union.
The Junior Spotlight in Dance was from the winners, neutral athletes Maria Fefilova and Artem Valov, where they showcased originality and creativity within both their technical elements and transitional content that will undoubtedly inspire others into later stages of the Junior Grand Prix. The Junior Spotlight in pairs came from neutral athletes Polina Shesheleva and Igor Kodakov, with a spectacular display of high technical difficulty, extreme skating skills with speed and flow, and attention to the connection with music. It was the highest overall score in Junior Grand Prix pair skating history. In men's, the Junior Spotlight goes to the neutral athlete champion Lev Lazarev, who delivered 4 quadruple jumps with other quality elements and a high level of program components, producing an insurmountable score as he took the title by 20 points over the next competitor. In the women's junior spotlight, it was dominated by the neutral athlete Sofia Zepka, laying down 2 clean, difficult, and dynamic programs, earning a dominating total points of 213.28, taking the title by 23 points over the nearest challenger. Hello everyone, and welcome to Figure Skating Basics.
In this episode, we're going to discuss GOE, which stands for Grade of Execution, better understood as the quality of the elements.
Now, you can get a maximum of 5 or a -5 based on the quality of your execution, of course. And this can make a huge difference in the end result of a competition for a skater. Now, student Mark is going to execute, first of all, a good sit spin. Is that right?
Well, we'll try.
Well, we'll check it out. Mark, really nice stretch, free leg, pointed toe. That was awesome.
Well, that's one of the judges' criteria. They have a positive feature chart, and a good controlled, clear position satisfies them to give a better grade of execution.
Now that was pretty well centered, nice and smooth, very quiet blades as well. And now Mark's going to intentionally make a bad sit spin.
Might not be so hard.
Yeah, it may not be difficult. Let's see.
Well, I tried to stick to the clear criteria that the judges have. So they have a reductions for errors chart. Some of those things have a traveling spin,
You did it.
a poor position,
Oh yeah.
slow,
Yeah.
and a weak exit.
Oh, totally.
So if the skater achieves the maximum +5 GOE, grade of execution, that can add 50% more to the value of their element. Equally, if it's a -5, the worst possible, then that can take 50% away from the value of the element.
Well, that concludes our episode on the GOE Figure Skating Basics.
Let us know what you've thought of this series, and please also let us know what more you want to see from us here at the International Skating Union.
Welcome back, everyone, to Riga. Day one competition here, the women's short program. We have witnessed 4 groups of skaters, 2 groups to come. And a little bit later, Mark, we're going to move on to the pair short program, and we'll follow out the day or finish out the day with the men's short program.
Indeed, and it's wonderful to see some of the men are in and around the venue in the corridor, because there is a practice rink here in this facility. So all of the athletes, some of the ice dancers are here. They're not competing today, but they're supporting their teammates. So there's a good hubbub in and around the venue.
Yeah, last week we were in a big, huge venue that you rarely sort of saw people, but here there's just one hallway
Yeah.
that is practice rink, and for us and whatever. So we see everyone, say hi and talk to them during the day.
So when you're frantically trying to get something to eat or drink, you've got a lot of people to get past,
Yeah.
which is a challenge that we will not complain about.
You're a chummy guy. You say hi to everyone, so you never really make it in time. I know.
Thank you to those that have sent in some questions. I've had some messages come in to ourselves personally, and now the ISU have just, for those asking, they have just posted an Instagram story with a question chat box where you can send questions into us. And whilst we respect the fact that obviously the athletes are on screen now and we should be acknowledging what they're doing, we do now have some really interesting questions that have come in. One of the questions and thoughts that I have noticed this week in the skating community is about the lack of change to the minimum score skaters must achieve to be able to compete in the ISU championship events. So often, of course, while we're on the Junior Grand Prix, as we're watching the Dutch skater now, we will reference what a prestige it is to compete on the Junior Grand Prix. Next most prestigious event for these junior athletes would be to compete at the Junior World Championships. And at the end of this season, in March of 2027, that will take place in Sofia, Bulgaria. And in order to participate in that event, there are minimum technical element scores that have to be achieved. The same applies for the European Championships, the 4 Continents Championships, and the World Championships, which next year take place in Tampere in Finland. Now, this season, the skaters on screen now will have been working to different criteria, and they have now 1 less jumping pass. Now, the most valuable elements generally are the jumps, and now the skaters cannot include those 7 of those in their free skate. They have had an increase in the spin values and in the step sequence values and in the choreographic values, so there is a bit of a...
Doesn't make up the whole difference, but it does close the gap a bit.
It does close, yeah, exactly. So many were assuming, well, why are the minimum technical element scores for the prestigious ISU championship events not being reduced for skaters to be more likely to achieve it? Now, it may be that they will be reviewed. There has been an ISU statement to say that this will be reviewed as the season progresses, so it's possible they will be reviewed. But as a playing devil's advocate, if I look back to the World Championships last year, which is meant to be the most prestigious event for all junior competitors around the world, there were 50 women, 51, one withdrew, competing at Junior Worlds in Tallinn, Estonia. So one could suggest that perhaps the minimum technical element scores not being increased is to make it more prestigious. That's an argument to be had.
Well,
however, it's under review.
And also more manageable. I mean, it's, you've got, that's a long day, 50 skaters. I mean, I think the longest day we've ever broadcast is 13 or 13 and a half hours. That might have been the June Worlds, because it was a long one. Remember in Tallinn, but but you've got the judges there as well. The judges are judging that one event, for a long period of time. How do you keep your concentration and focus? So there's a number of different factors as to maybe why they're looking at, well, let's see how this minimum score, let's see what happens, and who's sort of making it and who's sort of not making it. Maybe they can change that score. They can change it during the year.
Yes.
It'll be more inclusive, or maybe not.
And maybe it will be discipline specific, because of course the women's event is has the greatest number of entries.
Yeah.
And as we see, I can't talk now. So as we see the skaters on screen now, another question coming in, there've been some wonderful questions now. Do the changes that have taken place this season push more towards a 50-50 split in regards to the skater score? 50% being from the technical element score, jump spins and step sequences and choreographic elements, versus the program component scores?
I think it is fair to say that it probably is a little bit closer like that. I mean, my big question was, does this make this slightly more subjective as opposed to objective? That one technical element is as close to being objective as you possibly can, because you can take a review, you see specifically what you do, the technical panel handles it. But when that is not there, then we are dealing with a little bit more subjectivity when it comes to either the GOE or the PC scores. So but I think it's probably a little closer, slightly closer perhaps, but there may be other opinions. I don't know. We'd have to ask the technical committee.
Well, and interestingly now, on the back of having pleaded for questions, we have now been inundated with an absolute plethora of questions. And I think my reference about the Lore Horse series, which has been so entertaining and so fascinating, has now called for many other questions about what our own favourite skating powerhouse tracks are. And I, this morning, was listening to Ashley Wagner, Adam Rapon, Sarah Hughes and Michelle Ellis discussing Scheherazade, and that prompted me to watch some old classics, and I didn't realize that Judy Blumberg and Michael Siebert used it quite brilliantly in the 1984 Olympics.
Oh, nicely done. Yeah, it's good research. I mean, if you skated in the Dark Ages, in the Stone Age, like I did, then there wasn't quite the range.
No, music choices.
There was no vocals. It was
Yes.
just one thing. So we can talk a little bit further later on this as we finish the warm-up for group number 5 in the women's short program.
Yes, the skaters don't know how lucky they are to have such a... Even though Click and Clear makes it difficult to choose some music, they have much greater scope than they perhaps used to have.
Our first skater in this group represents Ukraine, Olivia Ryboka, 14 years old, first Junior Grand Prix event, coached by Vladislav Kachenko and choreographed by Nadia Krasniak.
It's raining outside, but that's not unusual. But the way that I'm feeling's becoming usual. I guess you could say the clouds are moving away from your days and into mine. Rain, rain, rain in my tears, measuring carefully my years. Shame, shame, shame in my mind. See what you've done to my life. Rain, rain, rain in my tears, measuring carefully my years. Shame, shame, shame in my mind. See what you've done to my life. See what you've done to my life.
Olivia Zerebko representing Ukraine, a 14-year-old in their Junior Grand Prix debut, and just so interesting again to see the different approaches of the athletes, and great for Olivia to have a unique music choice, a British rock band from the 1970s, choosing that as the soundtrack for her short program. And fascinatingly, although it's not important to her score, Olivia, I've noticed all week long she's had these fascinating hair extensions with sparkles in it too. A skater that's got their own opinions, and I'm here for it. And I'm here for that knee slide as well. There was some good content in the choreo.
Yeah, we'll take a look at that. I caught that one just by mistake, but here we go. Let's take a look. The triple toe, double toe gets it done. A little bit forward on the landing to the triple toe loop. Coming down the ice for the Lutz. Triple Lutz is going to go as under rotation step out. It's a minus 2.29 GOE. So losing points. Nice double axel into the twizzle. Nice spin. Nice sit spin. Beautifully centered. Change of position. And this is in at the level 3. And some of the steps. So here's your knee slide here. Let's just take a look at this.
It's the front foot, this left outside edge. That's cool. That's what makes it different. So it's subtle nuances that can elevate a movement to make it more engaging. And
you saw how she lifted that foot off because that blade would have caught the ice a little bit. But here's the change combination spin level 4 at the end of the program.
Getting that windmill feature that's new this season as a level feature. There are slight subtle changes in the level requirements, and an amazing example of the upright variation.
Boom. Okay. Well, let's see. She doesn't have a personal best score. We'll find out what her score will be in just a moment.
And of course, Olivia would have been hoping for triple toe. That was on our planned program content. But nevertheless, with little experience, not being able to compete internationally as readily, I think the fact that she's here and representing Ukraine is very important to her.
43.94 for Olivia. That will put her currently, for the moment, into 14th place. Our next skater represents the Netherlands, 16-year-old Summer Wijkhausen. There's no international experience record on her bio. She is coached by Marcus Dean and choreographed by Jimmy Tavares.
And Harley Quinn, the muse and the inspiration for this short program for Summer. She says she loves bringing character to the ice, and that evident in her costume too.
Didn't think I'd show up, did you? Smile, it's gonna get messy. Nice to meet you, sugar, love your perfume. Smelling like trouble, making my heart go boom. I'm a little unhinged, yeah, that's my style. Twist your world a little, make you run a mile. You think I'm a doll, a pretty little toy. Honey, I'll spin your world and leave it for joy. I walk on the edge, I dance with the fire. Every little glance just sparks my desire. Wait a sec, don't blink, you'll miss the fun. I'm the one they talk about when the day is done. You don't like me, that's cute, I don't care. I'll wreck your world while playing fair. Nice to meet you, now watch me go. Turn your sweet little life into a show. I'm chaos wrapped in candy, a little insane. I'm Harley freaking Quinn, remember the name. Hi, miss me yet? Watch me spin. Here comes the jet set.
Painted, print on my face is crooked. Stitched up seams, I look good in the wreckage. Mirror, cracked it. Glass in my hair like diamonds, bleeding. Smile. Maybe I'm lonely. I'm mad. Maybe I'm the best thing you ever had. I loved you, I lost you, I left you. The punchline is coming, don't blink, don't breathe, don't cry. I'm the queen of the crash, I'm the queen of the crash. Everything burns when I laugh. Sweet like a peach, sharp like a knife. Give me your heart, give me your life. I'm the queen of the crash. The queen of the crash. Hiding the scars. blowing up. I'm the queen of the crash, I'm the queen of the crash. Everything burns when I laugh, sweet like a peach, sharp like a knife. Give me your heart, give me your life. I'm the queen of the crash, the queen of the crash. Bruce, did you hear it? The snap, the crack, the curtain is falling, but I'm not coming back. Bye bye, ha ha, silence. Now wait for the bang. Done.
Summer Vikhuizen representing the Netherlands, the two-time advanced novice champion of her nation in her first season as a junior competitor. And you know how great that you've got a skater who's, you know, prompting us to check out the reason and story behind the piece. She mentioned that it is Harley Quinn that has been the muse for this. She loves bringing a character to the ice, which is compelling me to go and check out a little bit more about Harley Quinn on Google. So kudos to her for making us think, and kudos to her longtime forever coach, Marcus Dean, for giving her the space to be a little bit
I
unique.
love that. I love the fact she had an idea and she had a story and she stuck to it all the way. Of course, there's a sport as well, so she's got some technical elements there. Here's the triple flip, and that's a touchdown, maybe under rotation. It is a downgrade, in fact, up into the double toe loop. But good on her to keep this theme throughout the program. There's the triplets later in the program. This is a downgrade as well with a fall. Those elements are still under construction, of course, but the program idea is there.
Yeah, great to have a concept. Just, of course, the judges will so readily reward deeper knee and ankle. So you can see the backwards crossovers there, just a little bit choppy and short on the edges, ideally working and facilitating more pressure into the ice, so more bend at the knee and the ankle to allow more flow to happen. But solid with the change foot combo spin, coming in at level 4. And there, nice smile to finish. And I mentioned her coach, Marcus Dean. She's had the same coach since she was 8 years of age. And so how wonderful for both Summer and Marcus to be here celebrating all the hard work that they put in together to now represent Netherlands at the Junior Grand Prix. And you can just see him, you know, talking about drawing back, I think, on the takeoff of the flip and loops to create a bit more
A nice coach
elevation.
athlete journey to get here together over those years. You can see the smile on her face. I love that because she loves to skate. She has that idea, as I mentioned. She carried it all the way through. Sure, the technical elements didn't work exactly like she wanted all the way through, but she has good mechanics on that. As she gets a little stronger, she'll get a little higher in the air, a little bit more speed. Those things will not be a problem. But she looks like she loves it.
But in a world of AI-generated robots where everybody's saying the same thing, it's great to see somebody with their own, you know, personal interpretation, even down to the eyeshadow, you know.
Well, that's a creative soul. And sometimes that comes out in art, sometimes in sculpture, sometimes in skating, sometimes in ballet. 34.54 for Summer. That'll put her currently in a 23rd position. Experience gained, well, individually, she showed the world. Our next skater represents Turkmenistan, Larissa Vopilova. 17 years old. According to her bio, there has been no international competition experience, and so welcome to the Junior Grand Prix.
And Larissa showcasing a costume that makes sense of the music choice, skating to music from the soundtrack to Cruella.
not. Sweet Stella. I'm Cruella.
Cruella de Vil, she's born to be bad, so run for the hills. Cruella de Vil, Cruella de Vil, the fear on your face, it gives me a thrill. Original, criminal, dressed to kill, just call me Cruella de Vil. Call me crazy, call me insane, but you're stuck in the past, and I'm ahead of your game. A life lived in penance, it just seems a waste, and the devil has much better taste. And I try to be sweet, I try to be kind, but I feel much better now that I'm out of the fear on your face, it gives me a thrill.
Turkmenistan's Larisa Vopolova, and I think it's important that she comes from a small international figure skating presence, especially from neighboring countries like Kazakhstan and Uzbekistan. But how wonderful that Larisa is here representing Turkmenistan and doing so with passion and commitment. The music choice, a bold piece, but she looked engaged on occasion, as you can see there, following that opening double lutz. But here, her point of development is going to be moving forward to increase the rotation on the double axe. So you can see it's a mandatory element, so she's going for it, but it's not really a comfortable place for her as yet.
And learning to use momentum, flow and speed, not too reckless speed, but flow and speed across the ice is going to really help those jumps to get up and snap into rotation a little bit sooner. So there's more to come in her development. It just take time.
Yeah. And I think being here at the Junior Grand Prix for Larissa, seeing the other skaters warming up and being able to see some of the warm-up exercises, the rotational exercises, the reflex exercises, she can hopefully just take a little sneaky peek and try and amass some of those to add to her repertoire so that her rotational speed will increase.
And what I love when these skaters come, and they know they come with less ammunition, if you will, technically, but they have the same passion and they have the same nerves, and they go out there and skate and do their best, and they come off the ice, they analyze it, they go back home and do the work with. They may not have the hours of training. They may not have there's a whole mess. It's not an even playing field in regards to preparation and facility and opportunity. It isn't. It simply isn't. That's why you see a wide range of skill level in the juniors. But mostly in the seniors, even if you've come from a smaller country that didn't have the assets that you need to have, they may have made a move and trained in a country that did have that, right?
It would be so fascinating if we could take maybe all of these athletes competing, all 36 women, and do a case study of put them in the same training environment, same coaches, same choreographers, and see how that would shake things up after a year.
Exactly. 23.09 for Larissa. And that'll put her currently in a 26th position. Our next skater represents Turkey, 15-year-old Denise Tarim. This is her third Junior Grand Prix season. She is the Turkish junior silver medalist. She's coached by Murat Khan Kayabas. And she will skate the short program to Sway by Pink Martini.
When marimba rhythms start to play, dance with me, make me sway. Like a lazy ocean hugs the shore, hold me close, sway me more. Like a flower bending in the breeze, bend with me, sway with ease.
Denise Tarim in her third Junior Grand Prix Series, a skater that hovered in the 20th type position, 21st in Ankara 2 years ago, and then 26th in the same location last year, and now pushing towards trying to make top 20 at a Junior Grand Prix. Great for her to be competing in a non-Turkish Junior Grand Prix, so an experience of competing at this stage in a different location, and her coach looks smiley and joyful as he greets her ringside.
And I'm pretty sure we'll see her probably in Ankara. We'll find out because they are allowed, of course, 3 entries. Here's the triple flip. Nice fast rotation. Has to do a 3-turn and a double toe. Oh, that's going to lose a little bit on her part, but good butterfly into the back camel. So some really nice skills, really nice mechanics. You can see she's really on her way. If she can continue that, adding more speed and flow. And let's take a look at here. There's the triple Lutz. That was well done. Plus GOE on that.
And interestingly, Leila Chetin, one of her friends, is competing later on in the series. She was the skater that represented their nation at the Junior World Championships, and they're working to pushing each other forward because, of course, the more success that one of them gets at Junior Worlds, the more representation they can have on this Junior Grand Prix stage.
And there's a number of very talented young skaters coming up in Turkey. They have a passionate community that are determined to increase their visibility and experience around the world. So it's pretty cool.
And the best score that Denise has had of the 2 previous Junior Grand Prix, as she and her coach Shape Hearts, is a 46.86. Now, season on season, we can expect that scores in a short program likely to be a little bit higher. This year, it's a Lutz jump, which is a bit more of a base value. And this year, the steps and the spins can have a bit more base value. But if she can cross the 50-point marker, that would be significant.
And she just did, 52.66. Not much of a reaction. I thought there might be more. That'll put her currently into 10th place. There we go. Nice job. Nice skills. Our next skater represents the Republic of South Africa, 18-year-old Ella Hawks. This is her 3rd Junior Grand Prix season. Now, Ella is an accomplished ballet and contemporary dancer and greatly contributes to her own choreography on the ice. She's coached by Barbie Hawks, and she will skate to whatever Lola wants.
And interestingly, Ella's visa only came through on Friday, so there's been a mad dash to get flights to be here, and now takes her place at the Junior Grand Prix.
Whatever Lola wants, Lola gets. And little man, little Lola wants you. Make up your mind to have no regrets. Recline yourself, resign yourself, you're through. She always gets what she aims for, and your heart and soul is what she came for. There's no exception to the rule. She's irresistible, you fool. Give in. Take off your coat, don't you know you can't win. You're no exception to the rule. She's irresistible, you fool. Give in, give in. Little man, little Lolo wants you.
Amazing reaction from Ella
Yeah.
Hawks, and made all the more compelling because of knowing what's happened over the course of the weekend. As I mentioned, the visa just came through on Friday, so they spent the weekend organizing flights, and now here competing well. And
Yeah.
I'm delighted for her, and also delighted for the Western Province Figure Skating Club, who put on a good luck send-off. They seem very supportive of their athletes.
And her coach is her mom,
Yeah.
Barbie Hawks. We'll see her in the Kiss and Cry in just a moment. Really good expression. She knows what her idea, what her program is, and she certainly performed that all the way through. Let's look at some of the elements. There's the triple salchow, hands above the head, up into the double toe loop. And that's clean in the system. That's good. Double axle, or the triple lutz here. Let's watch the landing. This is under rotation. Watch the blade hit the ice. Boom. You can see that turn right there. So that is an under rotation on the lutz. Oh, yeah, I pushed the button twice. Sorry about that, guys.
But good to see it again, because I don't think that Ella has
I
used
meant
that
that.
previously.
No,
So it was good for us to
yeah,
just
you bet.
celebrate her increased difficulty.
I did it. Here's the double axle. That is clean in the system. There's a little bit of a hook. Nice back camel. Butterfly into that. Change of edge there. Good speed throughout.
Yes. And Ella, as we mentioned, obviously her mom is her coach, but also her grandparents were figure skaters from England.
Wow.
And then her mom was a multiple-time South African champion, so skating very much in the family for Ella, as we see her work through the side in the layback, changing to the back, and then pulling up into Beelman, and then there will be a difficult entry to secure the level 4. Difficult entry, difficult exit.
And there is this. Look at that. I love that. That's great. She felt great about that. That is a reward that you work hard for, to get off the ice and feel good about what you just did. Because out of 100 times, you might get that 5 or 6 or 7 times or 10. I mean, that's how hard it is to skate what you would consider to be a good, clean program, or for yourself anyways.
I didn't have very many of them.
No. So yours wasn't going to be
It was
90 out of
normally-
100?
Yeah. Commiserations in the kiss and cry.
Yeah. Well, let's take a look at the short program scores for Ella Hawks. 47.09. Look, she was
She's a
absolutely
character.
thrilled. And that puts her in 13th place, and it's well deserved. Good for her. Just the cherry on the cake.
Aww. Proud mom.
Yeah. Well done. Our next skater represents Slovakia, 17-year-old Olivia Langlarova. Second Junior Grand Prix season. She is coached by Sergei Rozanov and choreographed by Paulina Shubadurova. Her younger sister, Alicia, also is an international skater. Mark?
Yeah, both very talented sisters. And I predict Olivia has the potential to contend for at least a top 10. Let's hope she can skate cleanly as she skates to Freya and Obscura. Slovakia's Olivia Langilova. I can't quite ascertain the reaction from Olivia, whether or not it's satisfaction or disappointment. I suspect, given the high standards that her coaching staff have, that she'll be frustrated now with the double axel, which was the mistake.
Yeah,
in the
and there
program.
were a couple little bobbles here and there. Like, that was a bit of a struggle. She held it kind of together, but there wasn't just that one big, fairly big mistake. It was the other little ones that are annoying.
Yes, so it is so much more frustrating to have a mistake in something less than the jump combo. For me, it was the combination of turns that she chose in the step sequence, just unique choices, different types of edge entries into the combination of turns. Even this, the bravery and courage to have such simplicity in the choreography.
And this is nice. Good speed across the ice, up into the nice low knee bend, up into the triple toe loop. Really a beautiful jump combination with a plus GOE. And here's the triple Lutz, a little bit forward. And that final, it's the layback spin level 4. All the features there.
I love that. I'm glad you got that. The back inside bracket into the forward counter and then a back outside loop. 3 difficult turns to be completed together on both feet, really, for the step sequence feature, and she chose some of the harder. And
right there, you see that's another little mistake that made her travel. That's change combo spin at level 4, but it's a minus GOE of 0.30. It doesn't need to be because she's a good spinner, but unfortunately that little mistake cost her.
Yeah. But quality skater, disappointed now, of course.
Yeah.
And she and her sister have been trading places for the Slovakian entrant into the World Junior Championships, and I'm sure she would like to be the top runner.
Yeah. 56.27, that's with those little mistakes. You can see the quality of her overall skating. That'll put her currently in 9th place at the end of group number 5. 6 skaters to come. And, in a field where you have such strong skaters and, probably 8 or 9 really good skaters, you can't afford even the little mistakes as we take a look at the standings so far in this event.
It's interesting because it really does, in many respects, without the inclusion of a triple axel in the junior women's short program, it really does cement the need for, one, a clean skate to be competitive with a triple flip, triple toe, or triple flip, triple loop, and also the quality technique of both skating skills and technical elements. You cannot find yourself near the top of the field in a junior Grand Prix with a clean skate unless it has that level of difficulty and quality.
Absolutely. Okay, I saw a whole list of questions that had come in.
Yes,
so get
we
to it.
have
Let's go.
an abundance of them. Thank you to those that sent in questions both to me and then subsequently to the International Skating Union Instagram story. Questions, I'll see how many we can wade through. First from @Sinin and Revo. What are your favorite war horse music choices?
Well, okay, does it have to be classic? Does it have, it can be anything?
I think it's skating warhorse.
I know this is kind of cheesy in a way. I get it. But I just love the composition, and there are different versions of it. But I like the Pirates of the Caribbean.
Oh,
Okay,
yes.
it's been used a million times. I get that. I understand why Pirates of the Caribbean. But if you really listen to the strings and to the rhythm and to the it's very powerful. And I've seen some great programs come from that piece of music. So an old war horse, which means kind of old and whatever. Yeah, I would put it that in that category. But I like it.
Yeah, okay. I'm going to go on this occasion today for Claire de Lune by Claude Debussy.
Yeah, see, that's the difference on us. I like the strong, powerful.
You
you got the pointed toes.
It shows our characters.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you are like your character.
Yeah.
There's another question coming in from @Miranda_Starburst. When do you find out the schedule for the 4 Continents Championships and when are tickets released? Nah, I don't. Has it been
Don't know.
confirmed yet? I don't know if it's
No.
been confirmed because there was some debate about the location
Yeah.
for 4 Continents.
Yeah.
So we will come back to you, Miranda, but at least you're posing a question that is pertinent that we should know the answer to.
Well,
Apologies,
also,
Miranda.
I don't think it's done that this early. I think it even then you don't have a schedule yet. So, but we're going to take a look. We'll ask the questions, see if we can come back to you.
Yes, indeed, as Mark furiously checks on Google, but I'm pretty sure she's done that. They're going to be held in Ankara, Kazakhstan between February the 9th to February 14th. Oh, I knew this already. That was silly of me. 4 continents, Astana, Kazakhstan, February 9th to the 14th.
yes. Thank you for that. Yeah, exactly.
When are tickets released, I am not sure, but I do know that tickets for the European Championships in Lausanne, Switzerland, I'm pretty sure they're out, and I think soon, if not already, Tampere, Finland will be releasing details of their World Championships taking place in March.
Nice pivot from
Right,
one
thank
championship to another. Well done.
Question from @Johanna Creates. What is something old school skating wise you wish was still around? For example, fancy figures.
That's funny because my whole life was that when I skated. Old school. Well, okay, we have some input here from.
Well, maybe our esteemed colleague, Olympian
Yeah.
Rebecca Gilardi, wants to add. She's hovering above us.
Hovering.
I would suggest that things that I truly appreciate from old school skating, I do appreciate long, sustained edges. I do think that when I cast my eyes back to some of the great skates of the past, often it was the case that something would be sustained for a prolonged period.
So two of the best sort of triple Lutz landings. When you take a look at Brian Boitano with his the Tano, the hand over his head at the Olympics in Calgary, and holding that landing just perfect, so solid. Same thing with Brian Orsi had as well. I mean, Brian Orsi's his landings were just perfect. So that type of patience with a landing was really important. It was so well done. Okay, Mark, go ahead.
Well, I think Rebecca wants to know the answer to the question from @lidk4.l. Do we already know which senior Grand Prix events each of you will commentate?
Well, it's not all confirmed yet, but we have been asked for myself for Finlandia.
I have only been asked
And
to
I
do
do Skate
China.
Canada. I'll do Skate Canada for Canada. And that's going to be a very interesting one because they have a really interesting team of people.
Yes.
But then for international broadcast would be Finlandia for me, and for you, Mark?
China for me. So I don't know who's covering the others, but I will be covering China.
Okay.
And what have we got? 1 minute, 22 seconds as we see
Phil.
Skylar Alautova on the ice
Yeah.
there.
She was great this morning.
Oh, were there any splits or retirements during the off-season that particularly surprised you?
Well, Zach.
Well, there's news in because Rebecca Gilardi is going to skate pairs with Mark Henretti. That's what. No, I'm only kidding. That's not happening.
Well,
Don't
if you
worry.
go to dance, you might be able to do it. But if it's pairs, I don't know.
Well, Marjorie and Zachary.
Yeah, Marjorie and Zach, that was a bit of a surprise. But after it happened, I'm going, okay, I get it, because they were so good. But I think they just felt, okay, we've done our best here. So, yeah, there was a bit of a surprise.
But yes, lots of change and chopping and change after an Olympic season. And perhaps what's interesting now is that, and maybe because there are not as many shows, the skaters haven't all committed to retirement that we thought may.
And a little bit less than that. We talked about the juniors, like it's a long career. But in pairs and ice dance, there will be or might be partner changes, which aren't necessarily a bad thing. It's just an evolution of your personalities or your growth or whatever the case may be. So that's just something that sort of comes with the territory. We talked about having the patience and what are we doing here? Taking a selfie? What's going on? I'm
Rebecca's getting the backstage.
Rebecca, I know.
Go on, Rebecca.
Yeah, exactly.
5 seconds of warm-up.
Okay, we got to fly. We got Rebecca here. We're trying to concentrate. Here we go.
Thank you to those that sent in questions.
Yeah,
will,
that was great.
We'll continue
Good
to answer
job.
the many others
I think
that
you have
did
a
come
bunch
in.
more, don't you?
Yeah.
Well, our next skater skated such a beautiful short program, my favorite program last year on the Junior Grand Prix. You can see her at the board. She's getting a lot final words of encouragement. Representing Hungary, 17-year-old Polina Zuzova. A beautiful skater. Has had trouble delivering all that she can do in competition from time to time. She's the 4-time Hungarian junior champion and 24th at Junior Worlds last year.
She is proud to be showcasing a different style again this season. The short program Chan Chan Sway and Rapadebi.
voy para Marcané, llego a Puerto, voy para Mayarí. De Alto Cedro voy para Marcané, llego a Cueto, voy para Mayarí.
Like a flower bending in the breeze, bend with me, sway with ease. When we dance, you have a way with me. Stay with me, sway with me. Other dancers may be on the floor, dear, but my eyes will see only you. Only you have that magic technique. When we sway, I grow weak.
Rápida cantubillas, uno contra. Querebu querenza, canyubi ninge. Udam bebe, sinu di bagera. Nasade di pe, vida di vida. Perto di me, 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 perto di me.
Polina Zumani-Jazova completes her short program with a clean skate. There will be reviews on the jump combination, but based on the really difficult skate that she had at the Junior World Championships, it's great to see her debuting this season
Yeah.
with a solid outing.
Yeah, really good. I love the isolated movements and the choreography and her attention to the music. She just in the short program, she just does every beat, every phrase. She really does. And she jumped extremely well today.
Yes, and she spent 8 weeks at peak ice with choreographer Benoit Richaud,
Yeah.
and that probably offering the chance to really develop the program musicality and allowing Benoit more time to cement better composition.
And we saw that great short program last year, so this is just sort of continuing that theme in regards to really mastering a short program. We'll see what happens in the free.
And I think, as we'll look back at the jumping passes first.
There's the triple flip, good height, low in the knee. Not a lot of speed between the two jumps, but she manages to get up high enough. And it is just attention to the edge takeoff. The triple Lutz, that was a beauty. Really cleared that.
Lovely. Kept maintained the flow.
Yeah, some nice steps in there as well after on that landing edge. And here's some detail, Mark. Choreography, really patient.
Interesting, and I think this music choice, which Polina rightly acknowledges a new style for her, it requires a little bit more facial expression to really sell and zing. And as the season progresses, I think she'll be able to deliver that. But on the debut of the program, it's great that she skated cleanly and in time. Love that subtlety.
Yeah.
Nicely caught, Mr. Barton. On
Yeah, sometimes those just little details, nuances, if you will, just add to the picture.
It's a shame you cut that dirty turn on the combination there. Turns it. That was cool.
That was beautiful right there, too. Nice detail.
Great chance to look back at some of the steps, at the slow-mo, to see there's the rocker. How many of those turns would be called cleanly to justify the highest of levels? And it's the step sequence level 3, and this coming in as a level 3 on the layback as well. Nico Ilanovsky joins her.
And she looks pretty happy with that skate, so she should be. This is a really super triple Lutz and good fight to keep the program totally together. 61.20. That's a good score for Polina. That'll put her currently into 6th place. Yeah, well done. Our next skater represents Estonia, 16-year-old Elizabeth New, second Junior Grand Prix event, competing back in 2024 in Ankara. She's the Estonian junior silver medalist.
And Elizabeth has been competing in this venue since back in 2022, so hopefully home feeling to skate cleanly in the Junior Grand Prix.
Moi, je vis d'amour et de danse. Je vis comme si j'étais en vacances. Je vis comme si j'étais éternelle. Comme si les nouvelles étaient sans problème. Moi, je vis d'amour et de rire. Je vis comme si y avait rien à dire. J'ai tout le temps d'écrire mes mémoires, d'écrire mon histoire à l'encre bleue. Laissez-moi danser, laissez-moi danser, chanter en liberté. Laissez-moi danser, laissez-moi aller jusqu'au bout du rêve. Moi, je vis d'amour et de risque. Quand ça ne va pas, je tourne le disque. Je vais, je viens. J'ai appris à vivre comme si j'étais libre et en équilibre. Moi, je vis d'amour et de rire. Je vis comme si y avait rien à dire. J'ai tout le temps d'écrire mes mémoires, d'écrire mon histoire à l'encre bleue. Laissez-moi danser, laissez-moi danser, chanter en liberté. Laissez-moi danser, laissez-moi aller jusqu'au bout du rêve.
Estonia's Elizabeth New, and whilst it was not the dream skate she was hoping of, for me, Elizabeth boasts the best double axel that we have seen of the event. Such good flow in and out, and the transition following that element was noteworthy indeed for this skater. She'll be frustrated that the loots didn't go to plan, and it's a triple-double rather than a planned triple-triple, but seeing beyond it, we can recognize senior quality to her movement.
Oh, for sure. She's very, very elegant and beautiful posture, body line, good flow across the ice, we saw in some of the elements. And she's got it all there. It's just a matter of putting the technical elements together with a nice, tidy, clean program. As we take a look at the triple Salchow, it was nicely done into the double toe loop. It gets it done, but not a lot of flow at this level. If you want to be at the top, you're going to have to carry a lot of speed across the ice. There's the bracket up into the double axle. Running edge was beauty. Yeah, and then here's the problem. There's the Lutz. The timing on that pick on the takeoff did not work with the jumping leg, and so didn't get all the way around. It's a downgrade. That'll be costly. The mark here, some of the turns.
Yeah, and just seeing again, playing with some of the content to increase the component scores. And she has an ease of movement and an ease in multi-directional skating, and that's why Elizabeth finds herself, it's a relatively simple combination, triple toe, double toe, and a downgraded triple lutz, but her components are pushing towards the sixes, so that's what's going to help her to stay above many of those with similar jumping content at a much higher place, as Her esteemed coach, Svetlana Varnavskaya, joins her in the kiss and cry.
Scores in the short program for Elizabeth, 50.54, and that will put her currently into 13th place. She knows, total opportunity lost, a little bit of the opportunity lost, but still pretty good.
Yeah.
That's her quality of her overall skating. Our next skater represents Australia, 17-year-old Anne Kyle. First Junior Grand Prix event, competed here in Riga at the Volvo Open this year, coming 14th. She's coached and choreographed by Stephanie Zhang. Skating to Chasing Cars.
Just lay here. Would you lie with me and just forget the world? I don't quite know how to say how I feel. If I lay here, if I just lay here, would you lie with me and just forget the world?
Australia's Anne Kyle competing in her Junior Grand Prix debut, as you mentioned, Ted, competing here already earlier this year, and such commitment and respect to Anne and her coach Stephanie Zhang for the massive travel to make it here. Glorious opening with that lovely long-necked posture extension here at the start of the program. Beautiful opening to this Chasing Cars program. A little bit swingy and wild with the free leg on the attempted triple loop, and that comes in as a downgrade. And here the double axel.
Just not tight in the air.
Yeah, just a streamlined entry into rotational position. But good movement from the broken leg to the camel variation, and then the toe Arabian up to the upright variation.
And that double Lutz looked beautiful in the air, then just sort of relaxed and made a silly mistake on the landing. There's the layback at the end of the program, level 3.
And there, Stephanie Zhang, she was successful medalist on your Junior Grand Prix as well. She obviously very proud of her student as well.
Yeah, nice.
Such commitment from the coach, the family, everybody's committed. But coming from Australia,
That's such a long hike.
oof.
I think it's long from Canada, but it's longer from Australia. But, they're used to those long trips, and they know how to sort of break them up and make them work. But nevertheless, it's not easy.
I suppose there's no option for them. There is
No.
no option,
No,
and that's
no.
we respect it all the more.
When they say they live down under, they do. But you know what? You can't get international experience unless you take those big trips and come here under those circumstances and train with the skaters and warm up with the skaters and speak with the skaters and learn from it. I mean, it's invaluable. So, I mean, it's good that they're here. And they've got a number of really good skaters. I mean, I know Hannah doesn't train there, but she did for most of her career.
Yes.
Up until just recently, the past 2 years, I think. Let's take a look at the scores. For Anne, 32.85. That'll put Anne Kyle from Australia currently into 30th position. Our next skater represents Lithuania, Evelina Savikata, 17 years old, second junior Grand Prix season, placing 13th last year right here in Riga. She's coached and choreographed by Ekaterina Nekrasova.
Evelina skates to the future is up to us. Lithuania's Evelina Stavekait. Such a shame because the skater to me is well taught, well trained, and it wasn't a lack of quality takeoffs and quality tuition on the jumping passes. Perhaps, as you mentioned, Ted, just the hesitation. It wasn't a lot of speed going into the triple toe to open, and perhaps it was just
The mechanics of that were really good. The problem is you need momentum to carry you up and around and down and up and around and down. If it's too slow, if there's anything that you hit your toe picks on in the landing, you lost momentum, you can't continue it.
Yeah.
Up into the second triple toe loop. So we'll see that. But it's just carrying a little bit more speed through this. The first triple toe looked pretty good, but lost a little bit of speed and didn't carry it up into the air. Unfortunately, had to take the fall. Triple lutz look good in the air. I think that's under-rotated on the quarter. So that wasn't too bad. Here's the double axel, which then just slipped off the edge and took a hard fall. Now she's behind the music and has to try to catch up a little bit. So it was a bit of a struggle.
Evelina had said to me, she made the most wonderful comment showcasing the maturity that she has. She said that she used to find changes scary, and now she thinks that the scary part is staying somewhere that doesn't help her grow. And I just thought how wonderful that she's, that level of maturity. And this is an athlete who grew up in Ontario, but her family would always travel to Lithuania for holidays, so she felt a strong connection to her culture, and she now proudly represents Lithuania. And working with Katerina Nekrasova, I think has the quality to go on and successfully represent Lithuania at ISU Championships. Just this was not a reflection of her quality.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see there are good mechanics and good basics in there. It was just, she's had some challenges. Yeah, exactly. The scores for Evelina, 42.61, and that'll put her for the moment into 21st place. Our next skater represents the United States of America, 13-year-old Skylar Latawa Pagaro. She's coached by her mother, Julia Latawa, and choreographed by Benoit Richaud and Caitlin Weaver.
I'm so excited because Caitlin Weaver had explained this is one of the smartest and quickest skaters she's ever worked with. And given that Caitlin is choreographed for so many illustrious skaters, this is a good testament to what we're about to see.
Come on, baby, say you love me. 5, 6, 7 times. Come out of your shell, boy. You know we go like hand in glove. You're afraid of giving in, but I am never giving up on your love. And no matter what it takes, I will steal your heart away. Take a chance for once, you won't regret it. All my love, just come and get it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Everybody, gather down now. Let your body feel the heat. Don't you worry if you can't dance. Let the music move your feet. It's the rhythm of Bahia, and like sugar tastes so sweet. If you want to do the samba, you got to listen to the beat. How much of your body make it to the sunlight? Don't make it prison any longer. Feel the rhythm of the music getting stronger. Don't you body feel, try to do the samba beat.
Oh, Mark, one word. Wow.
I'm not sure that,
That was amazing.
I have ever seen a change of edge in a Bielman spin. Skylar Lautava Pogero representing the United States of America, showcasing what, as one of our choreographers, Caitlin, described, the firecracker that she is.
Yeah.
That change of edge Bielman blew my mind. Also the speed and the efficiency of her rotational position in the triple-triple. She didn't get massive elevation, but the speed of rotation was...
But every
stellar.
step, I mean, energy on every step. And it didn't look like, okay, there's the choreography. She's trying to do that. It was all molded into one. Natural with the jumping, natural with the spinning, natural with the energy of the program, natural with the choreography. Nothing looked out of place for her. 13 years old, that was great.
Great fun. I think comparative to practice, as we look back at the looks, she's so tight in the air.
Yeah.
Clean, nice back outside 3-turn change of edge into the forward rocker. Again, very cautious and slow onto the double axel, but cleanly done.
But
and then
smart.
Again, another counter out.
But smart the way they did it, in and out. She needs more momentum, but it was good.
Wow.
Triple loop, triple toe, plus GOE. And the step sequence, level 4, only the second one we've seen in this event.
And that was great musically. That, you know, toe steps aren't necessarily particularly difficult, but the musicality of them is what made it special. Here, this is what's so mind-blowing, that she pulls up into Bielman, which is a feature in itself, but then to rock onto the forward outside edge. 1, 2, yeah, I guess the rotation, I think, and that is complex beyond comprehension. There are very few skaters in the world that I think have ever tried it, if ever tried it, and certainly very few that could ever do it successfully, as Skylar has just showcased.
You're jealous, aren't you?
Oh my gosh, yes.
You'd like to try that, wouldn't you?
Well, no. I'd love to be able to do it, but I'm not going to try.
All right. That was great. Absolutely outstanding. Fresh new talent.
And there, her mom, Julia Lautova, she was a 1998 Olympian, alongside Larissa Selezneva, alongside Oleg Makarov as part of the coaching team. And we were chatting to Julia, her mom, earlier in the week, and just acknowledging the challenge that it is for a parent to coach and to manage the line between mom and coach.
But this moment, that mother and coach is very proud. 67.01 for Skylar, and that puts her currently into 4th place. Yeah, there's the 6-7. That was fun to watch and fun for her to do. Well, there is our final skater in this competition representing Mexico, 15-year-old Victoria Sutton-Hupp, and her very first Junior Grand Prix event. She's coached by Fernando Motil.
And Fernando explaining how proud they are that Victoria learned to skate in Mexico and still trains there as she skates to music from Cirque du Soleil.
Vai bambino, vai vedrai. Vai, vai. Vai piccino, vai vedrai. Vai, vedrai. Vai vedrai che un sorriso nasconde spesso un gran dolore. Vai vedrai ogni dolore.
Mexico's Victoria Sutton-Hop in her Junior Grand Prix debut. She has a younger sister, Natalia, who also skates, who I'm sure is cheering wildly from home. And I think it's really important to Victoria and to her coach, Fernando Montiel and Diego, that it is acknowledged that they learned to skate in Mexico and still train there. And that's significant, skating 17 hours a week in Mexico City. And obviously inspired by the likes of Donovan Carrillo to keep pushing skating there. And hopefully this experience for Victoria motivates her to keep demanding more from herself, stepping up into the double axel.
And there's that running edge. It looked good in the air, too far back on the heel, and the blade slipped out. She takes the fall on that. Here is the 3-turn preparation for the triple toe loop. And gets, I think, around here. Yeah, she did, into single toe loop. And here's some of the steps. So the program, a little bit of a loss of balance coming up here in just a second, I think it is. And rotates counterclockwise pretty well. Clockwise, just
Less so.
a little bit less so, yeah.
And I suppose now for Victoria, obviously the experience of being here alongside May Okada and Hannah Bath was an eye-opener. But now the important thing is that she and her sister and her coach there all go back and just propelled to demand more, do more off ice.
Yeah.
Get on the ice earlier, do more skating skills exercises.
And make the list.
pushing.
Make the list of priorities, because it's very important to pick the weaknesses that you need to strengthen in order to sort of take your whole level a little bit up. Because you can't do it all at once. You've
Yeah.
got to pick your priorities and say, this is what we're doing over the next 3 months. That's going to be the next 3 months, and we work on that. Otherwise, you work around on too many different things. 29.52. That'll put her currently into 34th place. As we all take a look at the standings after the short program, there was some really, really good skating in the top group here, Mark.
No, some brilliance. Looking forward to seeing the free skate, and I just turned the page to expect more. It flew by. I was expecting still more to come, but we have got more to come, just not in the shape of the women's event.
That's because you've had too much coffee during the day. You still have lots of energy, which is interesting in itself, perhaps annoying. But as we as we move on, we're just waiting for the results to come up. You can take a look at that, but we're going to take a short break. Up next will be the pairs short program. There are 10 teams from 6 nations. I think it's 6 nations here. And we will be covering that. We hope you've enjoyed the coverage of the women's short program. Stay with us. In about 30 minutes, the pairs will take to the ice. We'll be back.